Wingate too. Down there. I don't personally. Okay. 2 minutes, okay.
Morning, I call the special meeting of the Florence Municipal Schools Board to order. Today is Tuesday, August 4th, 2026, and the time is 9:00 a.m. I'd like to introduce Carlos Padilla, our district council.
Good morning, all. Before we proceed with the rest of the agenda, I just kind of wanted to give an introduction to what I'm here to do. I am district counsel. I will be sitting up here with the board, providing legal counsel, and I'm acting essentially as a hearing officer, trying to make sure that we follow procedures as required by state statute and district policy. I make no decisions that will be left to the board, but I will help facilitate things. So when we turn to the hearing, we'll start with some opening business and then we'll proceed. Okay, go ahead.
If you'd like to do roll call, are you doing it? Okay.
We could do roll call,
We could do
yeah.
roll call.
Yeah.
You want to?
Roll call.
The second.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to do roll call? Go please.
There you go.
The first position. You just need to say your name.
Members, please say here when called. Mr. Gomez.
Here.
Mrs. Otero,
Here.
Mrs. Diaz,
Here.
President Karen,
Here.
and myself.
Mr. Gusto.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Also, one other bit of business, this proceeding does require an official record. The parties have agreed that we'll use the recording for that record. If after this situation, we want to transcribe it, my office can do so as well.
All right, quorum is present and we will proceed with today's meeting. If you'll please stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute.
Let's salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the a symbol of perfect friendships among the united cultures.
We will see you. All right, I just, we do that.
Okay.
We're good. All right. This is the hearing on the matter of recommendation of discharge of Mr. Thomas Bregler.
All right, with that, we will open up the floor for any housekeeping that needs to be dealt with before arguments begin. Argues?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Padilla. We have two matters before we present the first witness, and that is to address two exhibits and one witness.
Okay.
The district has objected to the two exhibits as irrelevant and to the witness as irrelevant. The issues for you today are whether Mr. Bregler engaged in misconduct and insubordination, and if that is true, whether that constitutes just cause under state law to support a discharge decision. The two exhibits have nothing to do with those two issues. One of the exhibits, which is currently marked for identification as Exhibit 18, it purports to be Mr. Bregler's April 12th email to the state auditor. There is also a Exhibit 19, which purports to be the response from the state auditor. First of all, as to authenticity, we have no way of determining that this is the authentic set of emails. Secondly, there is no issue today about what was or was not to be reported. Those are not issues that go to whether Mr. Bregler engaged in insubordination and misconduct. For those reasons, we would ask those two exhibits not be admitted and deemed irrelevant and our objection sustained. As to the witness, Mr. Lindsay was not at the district at the time that the superintendent discovered irregularities with the salary schedules that this board approved. He has no personal knowledge of those matters, and therefore we do not believe that he's an appropriate witness to testify before you today. We would ask that Mr. Lindsay be excluded as a witness from party's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bigelow,
you.
please.
Morgan Bigelow with the law firm Lubin, Enoch and Bustamante on behalf of Mr. Bregler. Mr. Bregler respectfully requests that exhibits 18 and 19 be admitted into the record. Under the discharge hearing statute, Superintendent Montoya bears the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence that she had just cause to recommend discharge at the time of the notice, and the board must permit the employee to introduce documentary evidence. The board's notice of hearing likewise provides that the technical rules of evidence will not apply and that the board may receive records or statements it reasonably substantiated. Exhibit 18 is relevant because it shows that before the salary schedule allegations became the stated basis for discipline, Mr. Bregler had already raised procurement code compliance concerns through appropriate channels. Exhibit 18 includes Mr. Bregler's April 12, 2026 communication to the Office of the State Auditor, explaining that he had reported procurement concerns involving Superintendent Montoya to the district's auditors and was forwarding the documentation to the state auditor because he was concerned for the district. It also includes the auditor's April 6, 2026 response, advising that the concern should be reported to the state and that potential fraud risks must be reported promptly. Those facts are directly relevant to Mr. Bregler's good faith, his performance of his duties as finance director, and whether the later discharge recommendation was based on just cause or retaliation arising from his protective compliance reporting. Exhibit 18 also is probative because the attachments substantiate the underlying procurement concerns. The documents show that district's purchasing procedures required an approved purchase order before an order was placed, and Mr. Bregler's contemporaneous email explained that the uniforms had been received before the requisition, that he believed that was a clear procurement code violation and that he had informed Superintendent Montoya that payment would result in an audit finding. Superintendent Montoya's response acknowledged that the procurement process was not followed and that payment would result in an audit finding, but she nevertheless decided to process the order once funds were available. This is not collateral evidence. It bears directly on Mr. Bregler's competence, credibility, fiscal oversight role, and the context for the superintendent's later actions. Exhibit 19 should also be admitted because it confirms that Mr. Bregler's concerns were not merely private complaints or after the fact explanations. The state auditor's office responded on June 9, 2026 thanked Mr. Bregler for contacting the office and stated that his complaint was being reviewed and evaluated by the investigations team. Exhibit 19 also includes Mr. Bregler's June 5th, 2026 follow-up, reporting that he had been placed on administrative leave, that the only issue raised with him since leave involved the salary schedules, and that the leave felt retaliatory because he had done nothing wrong. It further documents additional concerns he raised about possible misuse of public funds and work allegedly beginning before a purchase order had been issued. These exhibits are therefore relevant to the central question before the board, whether Superintendent Montoya had just cause to discharge Mr. Bregler, or whether the discharge recommendation arose after and because of his procurement code compliance concerns, reports to auditors and state authorities, and objections to potential misuse of public funds. Because they're contemporaneous, authenticated by their contents, and directly probative to just cause, motive, credibility, and retaliation, they should be admitted into the record. Additionally, Mr. Lindsay was the superintendent at the time of the first incident of discipline. That was before Superintendent Montoya transitioned to the superintendent role in early 2026. That initial concern occurred in December of 2025. Likewise, the second concern was during the transition period. It involved Mr. Lindsay's final paycheck. So we believe those are probative to the threats of discipline, and not the letter of reprimand that Mr. Bregler received in February of 2026.
Okay, board, so before you, are objections to exhibits 18 and 19, which you just heard described as email correspondence between Mr. Bregler, the district's auditors, and the state office. You've heard the arguments of counsel as to why they are either not relevant to these proceedings, or why they may support a defense in this case. Ms. Bigelow is correct, as the notice dictates, that the rules of evidence are not strictly applied, though for our purposes, they are used as guidance. And in this case, when we discuss relevance, evidence is relevant if it tends to make any fact more or less likely, and that fact is of consequence to the action being decided. Okay, so with that said, the decision on both the exhibits and Mr. Lindsay's testimony is left to you all. Do you want any clarifications or anything? Okay, what I would like to do for a clear record is to take each separate piece of evidence and take a vote on the board's decision as to whether it should be admitted or not. So as to exhibit 18, or can I get a motion, I should say, to either admit or not? Yes, you can. Well, one or the other. Which one would you? Which one are you?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Probably done that then.
Okay. Is there any discussion you want to have? And if you need further questions of the parties too, you can.
Read it, but I'm in saying that it has. We gotta stick to what we're talking about here.
Right here.
And we talked about.
The only thing I would ask is that we speak up to make sure that we get all of that. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I have the exhibits here. Generally speaking, we won't show them to the jury until. Yeah. Because you all are judge and jury in this case.
Correct.
I'd like to think, I'm we're having a discussion right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we do remove them because they don't have to do with the actual thing that's on here right now. It doesn't discuss the reprimand that he has. That was before that even took place. I think it's separate. That's my opinion.
Any other?
I agree also, because that's not what we are.
That's not what we were here today.
Okay, can I have a motion
I'll make a motion.
to deny
Deny
exhibit 18?
18.
Okay,
And I'll second that.
vote.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. Exhibit 18 will not be admitted. As to exhibit 19, again, that is the response from, Mr. Bigelow, let me make sure I'm correct about that. It's the response from the state auditors. Exhibit 19?
Yes, it's an email chain, so
Right.
there's,
There's some
Yeah.
correspondence, but it's the same, okay. And that's in response to Mr. Bregler's email that was part of exhibit 18, correct?
yes.
So
April 12th?
that's my question.
Yes, sir.
They coexist.
Yeah.
Right. The parties may have separated them out for different uses during the testimony, but they are, as I understand them, part of the same conversation.
Yes, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yes,
That is correct.
that is correct.
Feel the same way.
Okay.
Okay. There a motion on the table?
Yes, sir. I'll make a motion as well.
It's number 19 on this.
Number 9
Right, it's number 19 is
excluded.
excluded as well due to the fact that it's
Next.
part of the same conversation.
I'll second that.
Get a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Exhibit 19 will be excluded. Now, as to the testimony of Mr. Lindsay. The explanation, as I understood it, and I encourage you to correct me if I'm misstating this, is that Mr. Lindsay has experience from the transition between his role as superintendent and Superintendent Matoya's, and was present during an initial infraction that was brought up. And that was going to be utilized, or the argument is that that lends insight into the cause for the recommended discharge today. How do you all feel?
Way to show.
Well, and again, and I just want to make sure I'm being clear that part of the argument is that this is retaliation, right?
Yes,
But in your reprimand was in the reprimand, did it show the incident that happened when Todd was here in your reprimand? I don't know what the exact reprimand was.
yes, there's two incidents cited in the letter of reprimand, and the first one occurred in December 2025 during Superintendent Lindsay's tenure.
Okay.
The second one occurred right during the transition.
So if that's the case, then I think we need to allow.
The former.
Yes,
They can please make a motion
I'll make a motion to allow Mr. Lindsay's statement to be,
to permit Mr. Lindsay's testimony.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Lindsay will be allowed to testify. Okay, is there any other housekeeping before we start?
Yes, Mr. Padilla,
Yes.
the district invokes the rule.
Okay, so any witness, well, for the record, and for the explanation of the board here, any witnesses who are on the list to come up will be excluded from the hearing until it's their time to be called. Once they've been called and released, they may stay in the back, but until then, they need to step out. So I have a witness list up here. Is there any objection, actually, Mr. Bigelow?
No, I have no objection.
We have our witness list up here, and if you all know that you're gonna be a witness, please step out. Who's the first witness gonna be?
The first witness will be the superintendent, it's Montoya.
Okay, and obviously parties don't need to step out, so.
And that would be after opening statement.
Yes.
Is fine with the district for now. It's up to you as the hearing officer, I believe, that's the point in the proceedings, you exclude the witness.
The witness can stay for opening statements if you'd like, if that's okay with all of you.
I have no objection.
Okay, sorry. I
A little bit of
apologize.
exercise.
Okay, with that, are we done with housekeeping?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As was mentioned, the superintendent's office bears the burden of proof in this case. one statement that I want to make beforehand is that the standard of evidence in these matters are preponderance of the evidence. It's not a beyond reasonable doubt standard, as you may be familiar with in criminal matters. Generally, it's considered a 51% kind of a thing. More likely than not is that standard. And as mentioned before, just cause is the standard by which discharge can be effectuated. Just cause is defined in statute, and it was included in the notice of hearing, and I've provided it to you all again. We can discuss that in deliberations if you have questions about that, but I just want to make sure that that's on the record, that those are the standards we're dealing with today. And with that, unless the board has anything else, we'll move forward to opening statements. Okay. Opening statements, we'll begin with the superintendent's office.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I'm Lorna Wiggins, and I am with the Albuquerque law firm of Wiggins, Williams, and Wessenberg. I am here today on behalf of the superintendent. So good morning, Madam President and members of the board. The purpose of today's hearing, as you have heard, is for the district board members to have an opportunity to hear the basis for the recommended discharge of Tom Bregler, who serves as the school business manager. In some of the documents before you today, you will sometimes see Mr. Bregler referred to as the finance director. It is in fact the same position. As Mr. Padilla has noted, it is the superintendent's burden to establish by a preponderance of the evidence before you that Mr. Bregler engaged in misconduct and in insubordination by failing to disclose changes that he made to the salaries of 6 district employees before those salary schedules were presented to this board for this board's action at your special meeting that was held on May 27th, 2026. Now, the preponderance of the evidence standard is sometimes referred to as 50% plus a feather. So what you're looking for today is whether there is evidence that constitutes just cause. And that's just cause to discharge Mr. Bregler from his position as business manager. The superintendent will show that Mr. Bregler is bound by the governmental conduct code and that he promised as a district employee to maintain the integrity and the ethically high responsibilities of public service and to discharge his duties in his job in that same manner with integrity and high ethical conduct. He also promised to conduct himself in a manner that justifies the confidence placed in him by the public, by the members of our community. Mr. Bregler is further obligated by board policies set by you and by his employment contract to faithfully perform his duties, to comply with all orders, directions, instructions of the superintendent, Shelley Montoya, and to refrain from conduct that is intended to conceal or confuse a fact. The evidence will show that Superintendent Montoya directed Mr. Bregler to adjust the draft salary schedules for the 26-27 school year so that they aligned with her direction and the direction of this board. And that strategy was clear: to increase within budget the salaries of the lowest paid employees of the district, so that the district would be better poised for the recruitment and the retention of employees. It also included direction to make the 1% state mandated adjustment to increase the salaries by 1%. Now, Mr. Bregler made those changes as directed, but you will hear that in addition to the changes that Superintendent Montoya requested that he make, Mr. Bregler made additional changes to the schedule. He changed the salaries for 6 positions. And you will hear he changed the salaries for 2 central office staff member positions, for 2 central office payroll positions, and for 2 computer technician positions. Superintendent Montoya did not direct him to change those 6 salaries. She didn't direct him to make a proposal, come tell me, let's talk about it. She directed the changes that raised the lowest paid employees, added the state mandated 1%, and to position this district so that it would be the best place to attract employees to meet the mission of this board. And that is to educate in the best possible fashion the children of Tularosa. She didn't ask for it, but Mr. Bregler made those changes anyway. The evidence will show that Mr. Bregler failed to inform the superintendent that the salary schedules he provided to her in May, before the May 27th board meeting, included those 6 changes. He also didn't tell her how much of a budget impact those 6 salary changes would have. Mr. Bregler, the superintendent believes, had an obligation under the code of conduct to provide her, as his supervisor, with information that could reasonably influence her decisions and could reasonably influence whether she submitted those salary schedules to this board for your consideration. The evidence will show that had he told Superintendent Montoya of these changes, she would not have recommended them to the board. She would have gone back for further revisions. The evidence will show that Mr. Bregler failed to conduct himself as required, to act with integrity and high ethical standards. He was not honest. The evidence will also show that after Superintendent Montoya discovered that the salary schedule submitted to the board included adjustments not requested, Mr. Bregler was placed on an administrative leave status with pay. The superintendent then directed the Human Resources Office to begin immediately an investigation into this matter. You will hear that Mr. Bregler was provided a full opportunity to share his recollections and his side of the story, and that during the investigation, he readily admitted to changing the salaries for some employees. You will also hear that the investigation revealed that Mr. Bregler boasted to a coworker about what he had done, and frankly expressed surprise that this board asked no questions when the salary schedules were before the board at the May 27th special meeting. We will also demonstrate that the business manager, finance director position is a very important role. It is important to the financial integrity of the district. And you will hear that unfortunately, Mr. Bregler is no longer someone who the superintendent can trust to be transparent or can trust to be forthcoming with her. You will also hear that she frankly has no confidence in the work that Mr. Bregler will do and asks that the board, as a result, find that the decision to recommend Mr. Bregler's discharge based on just cause and his insubordination and misconduct be upheld. Thank you.
Bigelow?
Mr. Bregler will actually be providing openings.
Okay. Mr. Bregler.
Members of the board, thank you for your time and attention today. I appreciate the responsibility each of you has in deciding this matter fairly and based solely on the evidence presented during the hearing. This hearing is not about whether there were disagreements, misunderstandings, or later second guessing about the salary schedule process. This hearing is about whether Superintendent Montoya had just cause to recommend my discharge from my position as finance director or school business manager. Under New Mexico law, the answer is no. The statute places the burden squarely on the superintendent. She must prove beyond the preponderance of the evidence that at the time she issued the notice of intent to recommend discharge, she had just cause to recommend discharge. New Mexico law defines just cause as a reason rationally related to the school employee's competence, turpitude, or the proper performance of duties, and not in violation of an employee's civil or constitutional rights. That standard matters. It prevents discharge on suspicion, personality conflict, retaliation, after the fact reconstruction, or a loss of confidence unsupported by reliable facts. It requires proof that the employee's conduct actually bears a rational relationship to competence, turpitude, or the proper performance of duties. The superintendent's notice accuses me of insubordination, deception, intentionally disregarding a directive, surreptitiously changing or adding to his salary schedule, failing to disclose changes to the superintendent and the board, and causing the board to adopt an erroneous salary schedule. This notice further claims that my conduct was unprofessional, unethical, violated district policy, and caused a loss of confidence, trust, and credibility. Those are serious accusations, but serious words are not evidence. Labels like insubordinate, deceptive, and surreptitious do not establish just cause unless the evidence proves the conduct actually occurred and proves the discharge is justified. At its core, this case is about whether the evidence supports allegations of intentional deception and insubordination. The evidence will show that it does not. Instead, the evidence will show that I acted openly, communicated with the superintendent, provided the salary schedules for review before the board meeting, as I had done in all previous years, and performed my responsibilities as finance director in good faith. The evidence will show that I did not hide salary schedules from the superintendent, Montoya. I provided completed salary schedules to her for review on May 19th, and the finance assistant was included in those communications. The evidence will also show that the same schedules provided with Superintendent Montoya were later provided to the board, and that Superintendent Montoya presented the salary schedules to the board on May 27th, and that no board questions were directed to me during that meeting. That timeline defeats the core theory of the notice. A disclosed document is not a concealed document. A schedule provided to the superintendent before the board meeting is not a schedule secretly withheld from her. A salary schedule reviewed through the district's normal process is not surreptitious merely because the superintendent later disagreed with, misunderstood, or regretted what was presented. The board will also hear that this was not my first time serving Tularosa Municipal Schools. I previously served this district from 2008 through 2012. When the opportunity arose to return, I accepted because I care deeply about this district and the people it serves. Tularosa has always felt like home to me, and I believe my experience could help the district continue to succeed. After returning to Tularosa Municipal Schools, I served the district for approximately 4 additional years. By that time, I had accumulated approximately 15 years of experience in New Mexico public finance, served in a position involving fiscal oversight, budget management, procurement compliance, internal controls, and financial reporting, received excellent performance evaluations, and was recognized as the New Mexico Association of School Business Officials as School Business Official of the Year. That background is inconsistent with the picture painted in the notice. A finance professional supposedly acting secretly, deceptively, and against the district's interests. The evidence will show a different picture. a finance professional doing his job, communicating concerns, presenting materials as directed, and providing the salary schedules for review before the board acted. Throughout my career, I believe that a finance director's responsibility is to be open, honest, transparent, and faithful to the law. Those principles are especially important when managing public funds because we are entrusted with taxpayer dollars and have a duty to the public we serve. My responsibility was not to simply tell people what they wanted to hear, but to ensure that the district finances were handled lawfully, accurately, transparently, even when doing so required difficult conversations or when reasonable people disagreed. New Mexico Authority confirms that just cause requires more than a generalized loss of confidence or public concern. The superintendent must prove more than disagreement with my work, more than dissatisfaction after the board vote, and more than conclusory accusations, in the notice. She must prove just cause as of the time she issued the recommendation. The board should pay close attention to what is actually proven and what is merely asserted. The notice charges intentional misconduct. It does not charge a simple clerical mistake. It does not charge a misunderstanding. It charges that I intentionally disregarded a directive and concealed changes. The evidence will not support that charge. The superintendent may argue that progressive discipline is unnecessary when conduct is serious enough to constitute just cause. New Mexico cases recognize that immediate termination can be appropriate for egregious and intentional misconduct, including intentional, hostile, and unprovoked misconduct approaching a physical altercation. But that principle helps me here because this case is not about violence, threats, hostility, or conduct approaching a physical altercation. It is about a disputed salary schedule process in which the schedules were provided to the superintendent before the board meeting and then presented by the superintendent to the board. The superintendent may also use the word insubordination. The board should require proof of actual intentional defiance, not simply a disagreement over how a salary schedule was prepared or presented. New Mexico Authority recognizes just cause where evidence supports misconduct, insubordination, abusive behavior, or threatening behavior inconsistent with the employee's position. The evidence here will not show that I engaged in that kind of conduct. It will show that I performed finance work, provided documents to the superintendent, and did not conceal the schedules from the decision makers. At the end of the hearing, the question will be not whether Superintendent Montoya was upset, it will be whether she now wishes the May 27th presentation had gone differently. It will not be whether there was some better way to explain the financial impact to the board. The question will be whether she proved beyond the preponderance of the evidence that she had just cause to charge me when she issued the notice. She did not. I had dedicated my career to serving New Mexico Public Schools with integrity and professionalism. I ask that your decision be based on the evidence presented during the hearing and the legal standard you are required to apply. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the board to reject the recommendation for discharge, find that just cause has not been proven, and decline to terminate my employment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bregler.
Ms. Berg.
Okay, so now that opening statements have been concluded, I'd ask that the witnesses leave the room and we'll call you in when it's time. I also want to make clear to the board that opening statements are just that, they're statements, they don't constitute evidence in this case. And with that, I actually, let me ask you both, since the witness list is stipulated, I imagine you all are not gonna have an issue with some direct and some cross kind of blurring the lines on that one, or are you guys going to? If so, that's fine. But I just want to know if we're gonna recall witnesses then for a subsequent direct or something like that afterwards.
Mr. Padilla, I would not anticipate that unless I needed to recall for our rebuttal.
Sure. Okay,
And I think that some overlap is probably to be expected. It is somewhat of an informal process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
just want to make sure. All right, with that, then we leave it to superintendent's office to begin their case.
Thank you. The first witness is Shelley Montoya.
And I will conduct a swearing in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Thank you.
Thank
You may
you.
proceed.
Ms. Montoya, I note for the record that you do have an exhibit book in front of you, and during your examination, I may ask that you turn to some of those exhibits. They appear underneath the tabs. Thank you. Superintendent Montoya, who at the district is responsible for setting salaries for school employees?
I am.
Is that authority established by board policy?
It is.
Do you recall what policy establishes your authority to set salaries?
Policy C0100.
And are salaries typically developed before the start of the school year?
Yes.
For the 26-27 school year, which I understand you are about to start later this week, can you remind us when the salary schedules were developed?
We began discussions regarding the salary schedules about March, beginning of April.
After you prepare salary schedules, what happens to them next?
Once we prepare salary schedules, we present them to the board for and recommend them for adoption.
Prior to the special board meeting on May 27th, did you have any discussions with the board about salaries and strategies for compensation at the district?
We did discuss how we could recruit, retrain our employees. We discussed issues that were brought up on our needs survey that was conducted in the fall, and comments made about workday conditions, so on and so forth. So we did discuss cutting down the workday by half an hour and stuff, especially with daylight savings time being so dark in the winter, and increasing the salaries of our lowest paid hourly paid employees to try to raise those salaries up to more of a standard of living for New Mexico.
Also sometimes called a living wage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also talk about implementing the state mandated 1% increase in wages?
Yes, initially I instructed Mr. Bregler to add the 1% state mandated increase to all of the salary schedules.
And I'm still talking about your discussions with the board.
Oh, yes, board, we did discuss that the state was mandating a 1% that would be applied to all employees within the district, and then looking at our lowest paid, what we could do within budget with those salaries.
Before you created the salary schedules, did you also talk with the board about maintaining those salaries in the constraints of the budget?
Yes, when I instructed Mr. Bregler
I'm just talking
Okay,
about
sorry.
your discussions with the board.
discussions with the board. I'm sorry, and can you repeat what you just said?
Did you also talk about how to manage that strategy within the constraints of your budget?
Yes, talking about SEG, what our carryover was going to be, what kind of funding we were looking at bringing into the district for the next couple of years, yes.
So now let's turn to discussions that you may have had with your administrative staff about creating salary structures. And you've referenced Mr. Bregler. Can you tell the board about the discussions you had with Mr. Bregler about preparing the salary schedules and the strategy that you and the board had talked about.
So the initial instruction was to add the 1% mandated increase across all of the salary schedules, which Mr. Bregler did. Once I looked at all of the salary schedules with the 1%, looked at what the beginning salaries were for each one of the schedules for our hourly employees. And those that were below $36,000 and below, I requested that he increase the beginning salaries for specific schedules that I identified in an email to him, and then also instructed him to change the daily hours from 9 hours to 8.5.
Did you talk specifically about what salaries for some jobs you believe he should increase the beginning wages?
So yes, I identified specific positions that I asked him to apply specific increases to. They could have been $2,000 to $3,000, depending on what the beginning salary was. And then the second part of my request to Mr. Bregler was how much with the benefits and everything. So how much was that going to increase the budget? And for each one of those positions, which Mr. Bregler did.
Would you turn to Exhibit 9 in your book, please?
Okay.
And you will notice that Exhibit 9 contains multiple pages. Would you turn to the third page of Exhibit 9, which should at the bottom right corner say District 119?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify this for the record, please?
This is an email from Mr. Bregler to myself with a copy to Stacy Rush, Arissa O'Connor, saying that attached are the salary schedules for next year. I believe I got all of your proposed changes. Let me know if I missed anything or if you have any questions.
Are those the salary schedules that ultimately were presented to the board in its board packet for consideration?
Yes, ma'am.
In this email, does Mr. Bregler draw your attention to any additional changes that he has made other than the ones you directed him to make?
No, ma'am.
Does he say anything in this email that he changed the salaries for central office employees?
No, ma'am.
Does he call your attention to changes to the central office payroll position changes?
No, ma'am.
Does he call your attention to changes for the wages of the computer technicians?
No, ma'am.
Would you turn your attention to what's been admitted and stipulated as Exhibit 15, please?
Okay.
Can you identify Exhibit 15? Let's start there.
Exhibit 15 is the agenda for the special meeting, board meeting dated May 27th, 2026.
Does the agenda contain the materials that would be before the board during this meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And what materials were attached to the agenda for the May 27th meeting?
Salary schedules 26-27 proposed in PDF file form, as well as the 26-27 increment schedule in PDF form.
In other words, these materials are what was contained in Exhibit 9.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you prepared the agenda and the salary schedules for board consideration, did you at any point tell Mr. Bregler that he was free to make different proposals about various schedules if he considered some that needed adjustment because of fairness?
No.
Did you tell him that you would look at whatever he gave to you and get back to him?
No.
Did you have any expectation that if he made adjustments to salaries other than what you directed him to do, he would tell you that?
That would be absolutely my expectation, is that any changes that deviated from those requested would be brought to my attention for consideration.
Did you have any question in your mind about whether Mr. Bregler understood that these salary schedules should also reflect the state mandated 1% increase?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Okay. Did you have any question about whether Mr. Bregler understood that the salary should also reflect the state mandated 1% increase?
No, I did not have any doubt that he included that.
Did you talk with Mr. Bregler about his feelings that it was unfair not to also increase central office salaries?
No, ma'am.
Did you believe that it was unfair?
No, ma'am.
And why did you believe that it was appropriate to take the action that you were recommending to bring up the lowest paid employees?
Well, as we stated, I was looking at salary schedules with the lowest paid employees. The salary schedules that ended up being changed without disclosure were already good salary schedules that were above the threshold that we had set for consideration.
Would you turn to exhibit 16, please?
Okay.
And for the record, would you identify what this exhibit is, please?
This exhibit is the meeting minutes for the special board meeting held May 27th, 2026.
Is this the set of meetings that reflects the action the board took at its May 27th meeting to adopt the salary schedules as presented?
Yes, ma'am.
After the board approved the salary schedules at its May 27th meeting, did you later learn that those schedules deviated from what you had directed Mr. Bregler to do?
Yes, the following day, May 28th, I was in discussions with our HR director and another employee in the fiscal department discussing additional duties and how that would be reflected in salary. And we were looking at the central office payroll benefits salary, and the number that was discussed made me pause because it was not, I had already kind of anticipated what the figure was going to be that we were going to offer, and the figure was off. And kind of made me pop my head, and we instructed the employee to go ahead and copy the adopted salary schedule so that we could take a look at them. And I went back to my office while they were pulling these and doing what they needed to do. And when I came back through the office, was informed that there might be an issue because there was another disclosure by an employee based on a comment Mr. Bregler had made.
At that point, did you believe that some of the salaries that had been approved by the board were inconsistent with your instructions to Mr. Bregler?
At that time, I had a suspicion that something was off. And so I instructed my HR director, Ms. Jones, to place Mr. Bregler on administrative leave and to begin an investigation to find out what had happened with the salary schedules.
Would you look at exhibit 3, please?
Okay.
What is exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 is the notice of administrative leave to Mr. Bregler dated June 2nd, 2026.
Was this administrative leave considered disciplinary or non-disciplinary?
It was considered non-disciplinary. He was placed on administrative leave with pay while this investigation occurred.
During the time that he was on administrative leave, did the investigation that you directed Ms. Jones to conduct take place?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you select Ms. Jones to conduct the investigation?
Ms. Jones is our Human Resource Director with a multitude of years of experience, and I consider her the expert in employee relations.
Did you place any restrictions on the scope of Ms. Jones' investigation?
No,
Did she have the authority to decide who she should interview?
yes,
Did she have the authority to decide whether she should gather written documents as evidence?
yes,
Did she have the authority to reach her own conclusions about whether Mr. Bregler's conduct comported with the expectations and policies?
yes,
Did she have the full authority to make any recommendations about what, if any, disciplinary action should be taken?
yes,
At any point, did you dictate to her the outcome of her investigation?
no,
After Ms. Jones conducted her investigation, did she discuss with you any recommended action?
I believe she did in her investigation report.
What was her conclusion as to Mr. Bregler's conduct?
Her recommendation was that the conduct had occurred, would fall under insubordination and, could be, considered terms for termination. Discharge.
Did she also believe that it was misconduct?
Yes. She believed that he, operated, was not being transparent in what had transpired with the salary schedules.
Did you concur in her recommendation that insubordination and misconduct were grounds for discharge?
Yes, I did.
Would you turn to Exhibit 5?
Okay.
Would you identify Exhibit 5 for the record, please?
Exhibit number 5 is the notice of intent to recommend discharge. I do note that it is dated 6/15/25. Of course, that's a typo. It should be 6/15/2026.
You're in the notice of intent to recommend discharge. Do you state the reasons that are, in your view, sufficient to recommend the decision to discharge?
Yes, the reason stated is for insubordination.
And I'd like to walk through that paragraph with you.
Okay,
You state in paragraph 1, on or about May 27, 2026, you engaged in insubordinate and deceptive conduct in the exercise of your duties as school business manager. Specifically, you intentionally disregarded an official directive regarding the development of a proposed salary schedule. Let's start there.
Okay.
What caused you to believe that he intentionally ignored your instructions?
his non-disclosure of the changes that he had made to the salary schedules. He was not transparent in the changes that he made, and he was not transparent in what the cost to the district would be for those increases, those proposed increases.
The notice of intent to recommend discharge goes on in paragraph 1 to state, and he surreptitiously made changes and or additions to the schedule that I, as superintendent, specifically prohibited. Do you recall instructing Mr. Bregler to only make the changes and the additions that you were proposing?
Yes, I did instruct him on specific salary schedules, specific changes. Mr. Bregler did ask about other positions, and I didn't address them as I was not going to be adjusting them. So while he asked about them, I didn't include them in my request for adjustments.
The notice of intent to recommend discharge goes on to state, further, you intentionally failed to disclose your enacted changes to me. At any point in his email or in his conversations with you, did he tell you that he had made 6 additional changes.
No, he did not.
The notice of intent also states, nor did he make those disclosures to the Board of Education before the erroneous salary schedule was adopted during the May 27th meeting. Was Mr. Bregler in attendance at that special meeting on May 27th, 2026?
Yes, he was.
Would he have had an opportunity to address the board, to notify the board that the salary schedules included changes that you and he had not discussed and you had not approved?
I believe he would have been afforded the opportunity, yes, to make that disclosure.
Had he disclosed that to you before the start of that meeting, would you have had an opportunity to disclose that to the members of this board?
I feel I would have had an opportunity to disclose that and then us make the decision of whether to proceed forward with their adoption or to review them with the changes that were made.
Because ultimately, had the board been aware, the board could have said, well, we agree these additional 6 positions should also have an increase in the wages, correct?
Correct. They would have been afforded that opportunity, but by not being transparent with the changes enacted, Mr. Bregler frankly robbed the board of making that determination for themselves.
In the notice of intent, you also state that he has failed to perform his duties in violation of paragraph 2 of his employment contract and board policy G-0761. That requirement to comply promptly with all orders of the superintendent and administrator who is their immediate supervisor. Did you consider your instructions to Mr. Bregler to be the same as an order?
Yes,
The notice of intent also states that he has failed to abide by the one person who has authority to make such changes, and that's you as superintendent, correct?
correct,
And that's the board policy that you cited earlier in your testimony, is that right?
correct.
It also states that staff are prohibited by policy G-0750 from changing or altering any writing with the intent to conceal or confuse a fact. Why do you believe that Mr. Bregler's actions constitutes changing or altering a writing with an intent to conceal or confuse?
He was not transparent with the changes that he enacted, nor did he provide the second step of the requirement that I asked for, which was the cost to the district. And so he enacted changes of his own volition and he failed to supply the second step of that, of what is the cost to the district, so that the board and myself had all of the information at our disposal to make an appropriate decision.
At the end of the first paragraph, the notice goes on to state that your actions represent a failure to avoid conduct connected with official duties that is unfair, improper, illegal, or gives the appearance of being improper or illegal, further in violation of board policy G-0750. What aspect of Mr. Bregler's conduct did you find unfair, improper, or illegal, or giving the appearance of it being improper?
The non-disclosure of changes that he made and the amount that was gonna cost the district.
Prior to the notice of intent to recommend discharge, was Mr. Bregler disciplined for any other performance or conduct?
Yes,
Would you look at exhibit 1, please?
okay.
Would you identify that for the record?
This is the letter of reprimand issued to Mr. Bregler from me dated February 24th, 2026, with regards to payroll oversight, documentation failures, and failure to disclose material incidents.
And so that we're clear on the chronology. Superintendent, when did you assume the role of superintendent of the district?
I believe it was January 15th, 2026.
Why was Mr. Bregler reprimanded 6 or so weeks after you became superintendent?
When I came into the superintendency, it was brought to my attention that Mr. Bregler, had notified the previous superintendent of a significant incident that had occurred with his final, pay and had failed to disclose that to me as well.
Is that incident number 2 on the first page of exhibit 1?
Yes,
And that on the reprimand states that on or about January 22nd, 2026, the payroll department identified or should have identified that an employee was overpaid a significant amount due to a payroll error. Can you explain what payroll error occurred and how you discovered it?
the payroll error that occurred was a significant overpayment, over the duration of a couple of months to an employee. And Mr. Bregler notified that employee that, the good news was that, they were paid out, and significantly overpaid. But the bad news was they wouldn't receive any more payments, which is what they were expecting, was 2 to 3 more payrolls, I believe, after that. It was payment of, unused, vacation and sick time. But because of the previous month's overpayment, the employee ended up owing the district money back.
Was this in connection with an employee's retirement or separation from employment?
It was an employee that was retiring and, was going to affect all of their final reporting for ERB and such. Yes.
You also state in the discipline that Mr. Bregler failed to promptly communicate this incident to you. Why do you say that he failed to tell you promptly what had happened and what had been discovered?
Mr. Bregler hadn't informed me at all of what had happened with this incident. I actually heard because the employee that was affected reached out very upset about, what had occurred and wanted to know how it was going to be fixed and requested a, special board meeting to have this discussion with the board.
What was the purpose of the discussion with the board?
I believe that the employee, was seeking to be made whole by the board, since they would not be receiving any further payments. And I believe that was their request.
The discipline also alleges that this action to correct the issue was delayed, which exposed the district to financial risk, recovery complications. What did you mean by that?
Well, there was a significant amount of money. Well, we were trying to come to trying to figure out how much money we were talking about. Initially, it was a $15,000 overpayment. As we kept working and whittling it down, I think at the end, the overpayment was less than $2,000. But the request was, how are we going to recover the money? What's the plan? And Mr. Bregler was not very, helpful with coming up with a plan of how we were going to recover that money.
Who ultimately came up with the plan?
Honestly, the money has not been recovered. And there hasn't been a plan made yet for that money.
Did you direct Mr. Bregler to take corrective action?
Yes, asked him to, as part of the corrective action plan, was to create more oversight within the fiscal department, specifically the payroll department, to ensure that these types of oversights didn't continue. As previously noted, there was another issue within the payroll department that happened in December. So we're talking two back-to-back significant issues within that department. So it felt imperative to begin the documentation process and getting these types of situations under control, provide more oversight for what was happening in the store.
The disciplinary notice also states, following both incidents, you were directed to provide supporting documentation, follow-up reports, and or corrective documentation. Those requested documents were not produced. What do you mean by that?
So initially, my request was that he develop some safeguards within his department, that there were some type of corrective action that happened with the payroll to make sure that these errors did not continue to happen. And there was nothing provided by Mr. Bregler at that time. So I felt we needed to be more specific on what that corrective action plan was.
And why in this discipline notice did you address the other payroll issue that occurred in late December of 2025?
My concern was the pattern that was developing.
What pattern was that you observed?
Two significant errors within the payroll department, fiscal department, that weren't being caught before payment had gone out.
And in this corrective action discipline, did you tell Mr. Bregler what was expected of him to correct these matters?
Yes.
Would you turn to the second page of that exhibit, please? District 183.
Okay.
Is that the place in this document that includes your direction to him in the middle of the page?
Yes, it says effective immediately, you are directed to complete and sustain the following corrective actions.
And you list 5 corrective actions that he is instructed to undertake.
Correct.
Do you tell him in this notice of discipline what might happen should he fail to take these actions, or if he does not immediately demonstrate sustained improvement in his performance?
The last paragraph states continued failure to follow required controls, maintain documentation, and promptly report material incidents will result in further disciplinary action up to and including termination. You are expected to demonstrate immediate and sustained improvement.
And I take it when you say including termination, you mean discharge from his position as business manager?
Yes, ma'am.
The next page of this exhibit, District 184, instructs him to, if he wishes, submit a written response within 5 business days. Did Mr. Bregler respond?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And is his response included in the exhibits as Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am. Exhibit number 2 is a response from Mr. Bregler to myself. There's no date on it, but I'm assuming it was within 5 days.
Exhibit 2 was something that you received. Did you review it?
Yes.
And I believe if you look at the 3rd page of that exhibit, it's dated 3/2/26. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Bregler likely submitted this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
In your view, did Mr. Bregler take accountability and do what you had instructed him to do?
Mr. Bregler ended up completing the payroll policies, recommended policies that I asked him to do, but nowhere in here did he take any accountability for the incidents that occurred in his department.
Would you look at Exhibit 14, please? Is this a copy of the corrective action plan that Mr. Bregler developed after his disciplinary warning?
Yes, I believe so.
And in this plan, he states that the purpose is to strengthen internal controls, formalize payroll procedures, enhance practices for documentation, and improve communication protocols relating to payroll processing and oversight. Did you believe that this plan accomplished those goals?
I believe that, with proper training and stuff, that this could have helped resolve some of those issues.
Do you believe that Mr. Bregler's communication with you met your expectations as he's set out in this exhibit?
Yes and no. I mean, my expectation of my department heads and my, and district leadership is accountability for what happens in their departments, their buildings, and taking corrective measures to, mitigate any issues that arise from controls that aren't tight enough.
Is the position of business manager the most senior financial position in the district?
Yes, it is.
After you found out that Mr. Bregler made changes to the salary schedules, did that impact at all your view of him as a senior member of your administration?
This pattern of non-disclosure, caused me to lose faith and trust in Mr. Bregler, and, I didn't feel like I could trust anything that he produced for me after this.
Did it affect the trust that you had in his judgment?
It did. I didn't feel he was going to be transparent or consistently communicate with me.
No further questions? Pass the witness.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Morning, Superintendent Montoya. Can you please turn to exhibit 5?
Okay.
And you previously looked at this document, but this is the notice of intent to recommend discharge.
Yes, ma'am.
In there, you say that Mr. Bregler intentionally disregarded an official directive regarding the development of a proposed salary schedule. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was the specific form of that directive? Was it written or oral?
Written.
And on what date did you issue that directive to Mr. Bregler?
I want to say that that email was April 19th.
And was there any other communication except for in writing over email?
I believe that initially we had a meeting together in my office. I want to say it was Mr. Bregler, Miss Klumker, and Miss Rush and myself initially met in the office to discuss salary schedules and the, preliminary goals of what we were setting out to do, the 1% straight across the board. So we did hold a meeting together, first of all, for that. And then Mr. Bregler supplied the, salary schedules with the 1% increase. And from there, I believe I responded with, okay, now let's reduce the hours from 8.5 or 9 to 8.5. And I would like to see specific, adjustments made to specific salary schedules, which was also in my request.
Okay, let's flip to exhibit 8. And this is several pages, there's an email chain, so just take a minute and familiarize yourself with the details.
What not dates numbers, just in case, so.
This is not Bates number.
Oh, it's not, okay.
No, but it would be the first 6 pages or so of the exhibit.
Thank you.
Superintendent Montoya, this first email that I'm looking at, on the first page of the exhibit dated April 14, 2026. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was this email?
So this email was the initial, salary schedules that were provided by Mr. Bregler with the 1% increase.
Okay, and flipping to the next page. Is this your response? And is this the written directive that you previously testified about?
Yes, ma'am.
In there you have 10 different items. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
You also include, and I'm looking at items 9 and 10.
Mhm.
You have certain questions regarding central office staff. Can you explain what you were trying to get at, or what information you're trying to solicit from?
I was trying to find out who was on the salary schedules there and looking at minimizing the schedule. It had 15 through 90 plus credit hours. The 90 plus credit hours didn't make sense since it provided a greater salary than somebody with an associate's degree. And so there was just some questions about the columns and why there were so many and wanting to minimize those columns.
In item number 2, still looking at this email,
Okay.
you say the board is in support of raising salaries for our hourly staff.
Mhm.
Do you include the central office employees as your hourly staff?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that they would receive an increase?
No.
Okay, so you tell Mr. Bregler the board is in support of raising our salaries for our hourly staff, but you specifically exclude central office staff?
Yes.
Okay, and where in here do you exclude these hourly employees from hourly and staff that you directed him to increase their salaries?
So it says the board is in favor of, I asked him to revise the ones for EA secretaries, school bus aides, grounds, maintenance, custodial, and the central office 12-month is one that I identified in there. I'm not sure why I did at that time. I think it was just to adjust it down from the 9 hours to the 8.5. But if you look, I do make EAs increase it to a starting salary of 30K. Secretaries, look at combining the 10 and 12-month schedules, bus drivers at $25 an hour. So I was very specific with the changes that I was requesting. I question who is still on the 12-month schedule and who's on the payroll schedule. And I did that specifically because I wanted to see who was still on those schedules and would it make sense to either combine schedules, move them to a different schedule. I hadn't made a decision yet at that.
Okay. Going back to item 1, that is where you direct the shift from the 9-hour day to the 8.5-hour, but you don't have the central office staff in that first item, correct?
No.
Okay, so you only bring up the central office staff in items 2, 9, and 10?
I believe so. It appears so, yes.
Okay. Turning to the next page. I'm looking at Mr. Bregler's response. About halfway through his email, he says, quote, "You mentioned revising the salary schedule for central office staff, but I didn't see how much." Do you see that? Where did you respond to his question?
I didn't.
Looking now to your April 30th email, it starts on the same page and it continues to the next.
Okay.
In the third paragraph on, I believe we're on page 4 now. Yes. Third paragraph on page 4, take a second to read that.
For central office 12-month schedule, is that the paragraph you're
Yes.
discussing? Okay,
Were you still information gathering at this point?
yes, ma'am.
And is it still your understanding that these central office staff are hourly employees?
Yes,
Was it your understanding at the time that they may be subject to an increase in salary?
beyond the mandated 1%.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, repeat what you just said.
At this time, were you still information gathering about whether to provide an increase in salary to these central office employees?
I don't know if it was so much to provide an increase or to see if the salary schedules they were on were still relevant. Or if we needed to retire and move them to another schedule.
Okay, but you agreed that this conversation was happening in a general context of other hourly employees receiving salary increases.
Superintendent, may I just ask that you clearly say
I'm
yes?
sorry,
or-
yes, sorry,
Thank you.
yes.
We're now looking at the bottom of the same page. This is Tom Bregler's May 4th response, and it continues to the next page. Looking at the top of that next page, it begins for central office.
Mhm.
Take a second to review that.
Okay,
Did Mr. Bregler respond to your questions regarding the central office staff?
yes, he did, sorry.
And in this email, he brings up the computer technicians for the first time. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the computer technicians work in the central office?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they hourly employees?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they anywhere in your communications with Mr. Bregler excluded from the salary increases?
They were not included in the specific changes that I asked him to make to specific salary schedules.
Okay, except for your general direction to increase hourly employees. If you'd like, we can skip or flip back to exhibit 5. This is the notice of intent to recommend discharge. Okay. And you might want to keep a finger on exhibit 8 as well. You say in there, and I'm looking at number 1 under insubordination, a couple lines down. You say that Mr. Bregler surreptitiously made changes and or additions to the schedule that I as superintendent specifically prohibited. Reviewing that language today, do you still agree that you specifically prohibited those salary changes?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be more accurate to say, though, that you gave directions to increase hourly employees' salaries and just did not include specifically central office staff and computer technicians?
No, ma'am.
So wherein did you specifically prohibit Mr. Bregler from raising salaries for these central office employees and computer technicians?
By excluding them, and I also asked for the second leg of that, which was the cost to the district. How much are we increasing and the cost to the district? Mr. Bregler gave me line by line for all of the positions that I asked for to be adjusted and what the total cost. So he provided me the secretarial and what EAs and all of the instructional and what that cost was to the district, and then went further and took out the bus and the bus aides to provide the second leg of that for transportation. At no place did he ever include any of those other salaries that he made the adjustments to and notify me what those costs would be to the district.
Okay, let's go back to exhibit 8. And picking up where we left off, this is Page 5. Okay. And I'm looking at Mr. Bregler's May 4th response to your email at 11:24. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, therein he writes, here are the salary schedules with the increases Shelley proposed. I need to know how much we are increasing central office payroll, and computer technicians. Do you see that?
Did I miscount? And you said May 4th?
It's his May 4th response at 11:24 a.m. He had two
Oh, okay,
responses in
sorry.
a row.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I see that now.
Okay, so take a minute, go ahead and read his response.
Okay.
From this email, is it your impression that Mr. Bregler assumed that the central office payroll and computer technician positions were receiving an increase?
Objection calls for speculation.
Response, Ms. Bigelow?
I'm asking what her understanding of, at the time, what this email was trying to get from her, what information it was seeking.
Okay, so the objection is that the question asked is asking the witness to speculate as to the intent of the request. The response was that Ms. Bigelow was asking for the present impression of the witness as to the intent of the email. The question for the board to consider is whether or not the witness has enough understanding where it has the ability to accurately reflect what's being requested. Discussion?
No. I feel like. I never asked for those, so why is he even asking that, so.
That's besides the question.
I know.
So the question again is, Ms. Bigelow, will you restate it? I'm so sorry, just so that we can hear it again.
Okay, I don't have it written down.
No,
I'll-
no,
For the best of my recollection, I was asking, and maybe if I restate it.
You want to try to restate it?
Superintendent Montoya. Was Mr. Bregler in his email asking you how much to increase the central office payroll and computer technician positions?
Ms. Wiggins, same objection or?
Yes.
No, you're okay.
I'm furiously making notes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Okay,
I will withdraw the objection because I think that was just a fact question, setting up the next question to which I may object.
okay. So no objection
Thank
to
you.
weigh in on. Thank
Yes.
you.
Do you need me to repeat it?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Was Mr. Bregler in this email asking you how much to increase the central office payroll and computer technician salaries?
He is asking how much to increase the salaries, yes.
From his question, can you infer that he thought these positions were receiving a salary increase?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Agreed.
Agreed. I will please motion. To sustain or to
I'll make a motion to
To sustain,
the objection.
I will second that.
Any vote?
In favor,
Aye.
opposed,
All right, sustain.
Superintendent Montoya, your original direction that you said that you had a conversation in your office with Mr. Bregler was that hourly employees were receiving a 1% raise. Is that true?
Not just hourly, the original meeting we had was that all positions would receive 1%. Per state mandate.
Okay, and in your April 28th email, H2, we're still on exhibit 8. You again say that the board is in support of raising salaries for our hourly staff. And hourly staff does include central office employees. and computer technician. And Mr. Bregler on April 29th via email, I'm looking at page 3. He says, you mentioned revising salary schedules for central office staff, but I couldn't see how much. On the next day, you respond with follow-up information. You're speaking about these 12-month schedules for central office and clarifying individuals which salary schedules they were on. A few days later, the following Monday, Mr. Bregler clarifies who's on these salary schedules for central office. And then that same day, he asks you how much we are increasing central office payroll and computer technician salaries. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the May 4th at 11:24 email again?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question again?
So he responded to you on May 4th at 9:53. We provided the information you saw about the central office, who was on which salary schedules. An hour and a half later, he then asks, I need to know how much we are increasing central office payroll, and computer technicians. Is that correct?
Correct. He did ask that question. Yes.
And did you ever respond to him about how much those 3 positions were being increased?
I did not, because I did not want to increase those positions.
But you never told him that.
No.
So you never specifically prohibited those positions from being increased?
I didn't prohibit them. I don't know if I would say I wouldn't prohibit him. I didn't instruct him to increase those, and he did not provide me the cost that those positions would increase the district budget.
Okay. And the next page of this exhibit, I'm looking at Mr. Bregler's May 4th email at 12:15. Those are the impacts that you just told me about, correct?
Correct. Those
Yeah.
are the salary schedules that I requested specific adjustments for. And the second part of the directive, which was the impact to the budget that those salary increases would create.
You also allege in the notice of intent to recommend discharge that Mr. Bregler surreptitiously made changes to the schedule. Is that correct?
Correct.
Looking now at exhibit 9. And you previously testified that Mr. Bregler sent the proposed salary schedules in this May 19th email that were eventually introduced to the board at the May 27th meeting.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review those proposed salary schedules?
Yes.
Did the board have an opportunity to review the proposed salary schedules?
Yes.
And who else was copied on his May 19th email with the proposed salary schedules?
It appears that the email string was between Mr. Bregler, myself, Miss Rush, and Ms. Clunker O'Connor.
So to be clear, he did disclose the salary schedules ahead of the board meeting?
He submitted the salary schedules. He did not disclose the additional changes he had made and what the cost to the district would be, which is the information that I supplied to the board. The salary schedules, and I provided the costs that he identified line by line to the board for their ability to make a decision.
Okay, so what's your definition of disclose?
Ms. Montoya, here are your salary schedules with the proposed changes you requested. I have also gone ahead and made changes to the central office salaries XYZ, which would cost the district XYZ for your consideration.
clarify, is this direct and cross? So that we don't have to recall the witness?
That was the question I'd asked early on. I understand that you all are okay with that.
I have no objection.
Okay, good.
Superintendent Montoya, when did you become superintendent of Tula Rosa Municipal Schools?
January 15th, 2026.
Turning now to exhibit 1. This is the letter of reprimand. You cited 2 incidents. Incident 1 was a direct deposit incident. Did that occur prior to your tenure as superintendent?
Yes, it did.
And was that incident addressed with Superintendent Lindsay at the time it occurred?
I believe so, but I don't know.
But you were not superintendent when the December incident was discovered and initially handled?
No, I was not.
When did you first learn about the December 2025 incident?
On December 26th, when the employee called me to say that they had not been paid.
Now, what was your role prior to becoming superintendent?
Assistant superintendent.
During the January 2026 leadership transition, was there any period when both you and Superintendent Lindsay were handling administrative matters?
Possibly. I mean, he was still here cleaning out his items and, around.
Okay. In this letter of reprimand, you stated that you requested documentation and it was not produced. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Bregler provide any written communication following this letter of reprimand? Or, excuse me, I misstated. Did he provide you any communication after the incident, but prior to the letter of reprimand?
I don't know specifically what you're referring to. I mean, you'd have to be more clear. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by your
Did
question.
Mr. Bregler provide written communication by email on February 9th, 2026 regarding these matters?
Possibly, I don't recall, sorry.
Did you issue any verbal warning to Mr. Bregler before issuing the written letter of reprimand? Oh my gosh, reprimand?
No. No,
And was the letter of reprimand the first formal disciplinary action issued to Mr. Bregler related to these payroll matters?
it is. I believe that the incident rose to the level of a reprimand rather than a warning, as we were talking about a significant overpayment and amount of money. And I don't know if Mr. Bregler ever informed our auditors about this incident or not.
You stated in the reprimand that the December incident, and I'm specifically focusing on the December incident right now, created an unacceptable risk of misdirection of wages and loss of district funds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But no district funds were actually lost as a result of that incident, were they?
I could not with 100% certainty say yes or no to that question.
Is it because you didn't know or you just don't remember today?
I don't know. I know the money went out. I don't know if they recovered the money or not. That was my question to Mr. Lindsay when I discussed the issue with him. And he had been uninformed by Mr. Bregler about the situation even occurring in December. I was the first to report it to Mr. Lindsay, who then took it up with Mr. Bregler.
And was the affected employee, did she suffer financial harm?
I believe they were made whole.
In this context, does that mean she received her paycheck?
I believe so, yes.
The payroll specialist followed the procedures in place at the time based on her training, correct?
That it was Mr. Bregler's response, yes.
And after the December incident, did Mr. Bregler implement additional safeguards to strengthen verification processes?
Not until I asked him to.
And when did you ask him?
After this incident with the letter of reprimand, there needs to be better controls within your department to ensure that incidents like these do not continue to happen.
So the first ask came with this letter of reprimand on February 24th.
Yes, ma'am.
You acknowledged in your letter that written payroll policies are a function of the local school board, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to your tenure, had the board adopted comprehensive written policies governing direct deposit changes?
No, ma'am. In Mr. Bregler's tenure here as financial director, never did he propose any internal controls to the previous superintendent for adoption by the board.
The January 2026 overpayment issue, did that arise during your tenure as superintendent?
Yes.
You stated in the reprimand that Mr. Bregler failed to promptly communicate this incident to the superintendent, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you were the superintendent, not Mr. Lindsay?
Correct.
If Mr. Bregler reported the matter to Superintendent Lindsay during the transition period, would that satisfy the reporting obligation?
No.
The contributing factors to the overpayment included a system-related issue in which contract modifications did not automatically update compensation amounts, correct?
That was Mr. Bregler's response to the issue, yes.
And was the system issue caused by Mr. Bregler's personal misconduct?
I have no idea.
You provide Mr. Bregler with any evaluations during your tenure as superintendent?
No.
And your tenure as assistant superintendent?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
If I may have just a moment.
Sure. And just as a reminder to the parties, after all this, I'll ask if the board has any questions.
Very quickly, I may. Superintendent Montoya, would you turn to Exhibit 8, please? These are not date stamped, but what I would ask that you refer to as the 5th page. And refer you specifically to Mr. Bregler's 11:24 a.m. email to you. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
Yes, ma'am.
Just so that I'm clear, following your cross-examination, Mr. Bregler addresses increases to central office payroll, and computer technician. Yet you had never instructed or asked him to make any adjustments to those salaries, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And by not responding to his question about how much are we increasing them, did you, in your view, decline to do so?
Yes, ma'am, I didn't make a specific request.
No further questions.
Thank you. Board, do you all have any questions for the witness? No.
No, I'm right. Thank you.
All right, may the witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Superintendent.
The next witness, I believe, is one who has stepped out, and that's Judy Jones. Do you want me to go back? Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Save me from calling on someone to do that. Good morning, Ms. Jones. Before you sit down, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, and would you state your name for the record, please?
Judy Jones,
Ms. Jones, what is your position with the district?
HR Director.
Do you recall being asked to investigate any issue regarding the 26-27 salary schedules that were provided to the board and later adopted by the board?
Yes,
Who asked you to investigate?
the superintendent.
Did she give you any instructions about that investigation?
No,
Did she describe what she wanted you to do?
yes.
And how did she describe that?
I was to look for any discrepancy in the salary schedules.
And were you comparing two salary schedules while you were looking for discrepancies?
Was already aware there were discrepancies.
How did you become aware of discrepancies?
Ms. Montoya and I were in my office discussing a salary for an employee. And we had been talking to her about a new position or a little bit different position that she was going to take. And we told her what her new salary would be. And she was very appreciative. She left the room and she came back and she said, the salary you told me I was going to receive is not correct. And I said, why not? And she said, well, this is the salary schedule that was approved by the board last night.
So the conversation that you're testifying to likely occurred on May 28th, 2026?
Yes, it was the day after the board meeting.
When that employee addressed the difference between the board's adopted salary schedules and what you were looking at, what did you discuss at that point?
Well, Ms. Montoya and I looked at each other. Our eyes were pretty wide, and we both did not make a comment in front of the employee. Other than I told the employee that if this was board approved, then we would have to follow that one. And she left the office. The superintendent looked at me and said, please do an investigation.
What was the purpose of your investigation?
It was to look at any discrepancies and to address if any policies or misconduct existed.
Was it up to you to decide who to talk to or what evidence to look at?
Yes,
As a part of your investigation, did you interview Mr. Bregler?
yes,
Where did you interview him?
in this boardroom.
Do you recall the date of the interview?
No, ma'am, I don't. It was about 2 or 3 days later.
So likely in early June, as best you can recall?
So the board meeting was on the 27th. Is that what you're saying?
Of May, correct. That's been established.
Yeah. It might have been the following Monday. It was just a few days.
Was anyone else present at the time that you interviewed Mr. Bregler?
Yes. Stacy Rush was there on my behalf, and Mr. Bregler brought a witness, and it was Shannon Wright, I think was his name.
Would you look at, in the exhibit book before you, exhibit number 4, please? Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify this for the record, please?
Yes, this was my investigation report.
Is this an excerpt of your investigation report?
Yes,
Does it contain a summary of the interview that you conducted with Mr. Bregler?
yes,
And Mr. Bregler's position is listed as finance director. Do you see that?
yes,
Is he also known as the business manager?
yes,
It indicates on exhibit 4 that the interview was conducted on June 2nd. Does that refresh your recollection as to when you talked with Mr. Bregler?
yes, ma'am.
Does your interview summary contained on exhibit 4 relate what you considered Mr. Bregler shared to you that was germane to looking at the discrepancies in the salary schedules?
Yes,
It wasn't a word for word transcript of what Mr. Bregler told you, correct?
correct.
And it states Tom arrived with his representative, Shannon, a friend and school board member in Alamogordo, correct?
Correct.
And then there are 2 bullet points. Would you read the first bullet point, please? And we're on the first page with exhibit 4. And it begins, the bullet point begins, Judy asked.
Okay. He said he made the changes to the salary schedules that Shelley requested, even though he didn't agree with it.
And that was in response to your question to him, asking him to explain his role in the salary schedule adjustments, correct?
Yes,
And then would you read the next bullet that is black?
I'd asked Tom if anyone got raises besides those people. His response was, I gave some central office staff a little more than 1% raise because it wasn't fair. If she had a problem with it, she would have said.
Is that, as best you recall, a quote from Mr. Bregler during the interview?
Yes.
In quotation marks.
Yes.
And then you have some reflections below. Can you read those for us, please?
Tom did increase the salaries for the following employees without Shelley's permission.
And then you go on to list some employees, correct?
Right.
And turning to the second page of exhibit 4, the bullet, Judy asked if he adjusted the administrator's salary schedule and he said no. And then your observations follow?
Yes, Tom did increase the salary for the special ed education
Objection.
director.
I'll withdraw that question. The next one talks about the 1% raises, and it states Judy asked him if he added the 1% raise to the administrator's salary schedule, and he said no, but I will add the 1% in Visions later. What is Visions?
It is a software program that the school district utilizes for accounts payable as well as payroll.
And then would you read your reflection that follows on that exhibit?
Tom adds the salary schedules to the Vision software, and supposedly the employee's salaries should correlate with the salary schedules. But if he adds a 1% to the administrator's salaries, the salaries will not match the administrator's salary schedule that was approved by the Board of Education on 5/27.
After this investigation, did you make any conclusions about whether Mr. Bregler's conduct was in violation or adhered to district policies.
Yes.
What did you conclude?
Um. At the end of the day, every day, every administrator's responsibility is to fulfill the directives submitted to us by the superintendent. And given the nature of Mr. Bregler's actions and insubordination, I recommended discharge.
Was your recommendation in line with discipline taken in other situations involving misrepresentations during your career?
Yes,
Now, you testified a moment ago that this was not a word for word transcript of what he told you, and you summarized it, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Did you record the interview with Mr. Bregler?
No,
Did Mr. Bregler at the meeting during the investigation tell you that he wanted a recording of the interview?
no,
Did you later find out that Mr. Bregler had a recording?
yes.
As a matter of professionalism and courtesy, do you have any expectations that an employee would inform you that your conversation is being recorded before that conversation takes place?
I truly would hope so, because it's a matter of honesty and respect.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Bregler secretly recorded you?
Yes,
At the time that you interviewed Mr. Bregler, did he tell you that he believed the discipline was inappropriate?
repeat that, please.
Did he tell you that his discipline or the investigation or anything about how he was being treated was inappropriate?
Yes, he felt so. He felt it was punitive. That's my word. He felt that it wasn't fair. And as I recall, and I tell all employees that I investigate, it's an opportunity to protect the employee and the district.
During your investigation, did you talk with any other employees?
Yes,
How did you decide which employees to talk to?
I talked to anyone that was involved in payroll that would be affected, work with him in that role.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Bregler had disclosed the salary changes that he made to Ms. Montoya or to any other member of the district staff before those changes went to the board for action?
Yes.
What did you find?
I don't know if it was before the board.
And I'm only asking about before the board.
Mhm. I don't recall.
After it went to the board, did you find any evidence that he had discussed those changes with other employees?
Yes,
What did you discover?
that he had made changes to the salary schedule without Ms. Montoya's knowledge as well as the board's. He made changes to specific employees in this admin building.
Did you consider that to be insubordinate or misconduct?
Absolutely.
During your investigation, did you find any evidence that in fact the investigation or the process was punitive or was not fair to Mr. Bregler?
No, I thought it was fair.
No further questions of this witness. Pass the witness.
I just want to make one statement for the record. I understand that Tularosa is having water issues right now, and I know that board member is actually trying to deal with those as well. So if you see her on her phone, that's why. I just want to make sure that the record's clear on what is happening up here.
We all appreciate your efforts. Morning, Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
I'd like to start where we left off, exhibit 4.
Okay, I'd like to make a statement before you and I get started.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
Well,
No objection.
okay, if you have no objection, I would suggest that otherwise it's just responses to questions, but if there's no objection.
Can we save it till the end?
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
So I'm looking at, exhibit 4.
Uh-huh.
This is the page number District 164.
Mhm.
Previously said that Mr. Bregler, your impression was that Mr. Bregler believed this investigation is punitive. Is that correct?
Yes,
He also, and I'm looking at the last line before the rest has been redacted. He said that he also felt that it was retaliation. Is that correct?
yes.
Did you object?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Relevance of, okay, the question was what Mr. Bregler said during the investigation. And specifically whether or not he thought that it was retaliation. Whether or not his thought on retaliation or his impression here is related to the issues at hand, is the question. And remember that, relevance is any evidence that tends to make a fact more or less likely, and it's a consequence to the action. With that said, I'm happy to try to clarify a little better, if there's more information needed. I need a little information.
Can I respond?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Of course.
So I did ask whether Mr. Bregler in your interview told you that he felt this was retaliatory. And it is recorded in her investigatory report. So also already in the record that way.
The exhibit is already entered into the record. That statement's already in it. So, thank you. All right, I have anything. Any concerns on the objection, sustain or deny? Overrule. Deny. All right, motion real quick, just for the record.
Oh, I'll make the motion to order
To
to
overrule.
overrule the objection, I'm sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Right.
Any opposed? All right, overrules.
So Ms. Jones, you can answer my question. Do you need me to repeat it?
Thought I answered it.
You repeat your answer. I think you got lost in the discussion.
Why don't you ask it again?
During your investigation, did Mr. Bregler tell you that he felt the investigation itself was retaliatory?
Yes, as stated in my report.
You also mentioned that the interview was recorded without your knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did that violate board policy?
I don't think so, no.
As far as you know, did it violate any other rule or policy or law?
No.
Let's please now turn to exhibit 10. You recognize this email chain?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did Mr. Bregler send you this email?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you ask, I'll withdraw the question. Did you ask for additional information from Mr. Bregler?
No,
Did you ask Mr. Bregler to provide any additional documentation or witnesses to interview?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you review this email at the time?
Yes,
And was it included in your investigatory report?
No,
Did you follow up with respect to the timeline he provided?
no.
There are several emails related to this timeline. Did you review any of those emails?
I did review emails, but it wasn't because Mr. Bregler asked me to.
Okay.
I did that on my own as part of my investigation.
Let's turn to Exhibit 8. Do you recall if you looked at these emails during your investigation?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to look specifically at page 2. They're not numbered, but it's just the second page.
Okay.
Ms. Montoya sent an email on April 28th at 1:03 PM. Are you there?
Yes.
She lists 10 items, they're numbered on the left. In the second item, can you just read that for the record?
The board is in support of raising salaries for our hourly staff. The schedules that I'd like to revise are EAs, secretaries, bus drivers, bus aides, grounds, maintenance, custodial, and central office 12-month.
And is it your understanding that central office 12-month is an hourly employee? Or an hourly schedule?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the difference between a central office 12-month and a central office payroll?
I'm not sure because I've been here 4 or 5 months, so
Okay.
I don't totally understand. I think they have taken, can I give my opinion?
Sure.
They have taken payroll out of central office because they felt that those duties held more responsibility.
So is your understanding that they have separate schedules?
Yes.
And you reviewed the rest of these emails as well, is that correct? During your
Yes.
investigation?
Mm-hmm.
In response to Superintendent Montoya's April 28th email, Mr. Bregler followed up the next day at 7:40 AM. And he says, about halfway through that first paragraph, you mentioned revising the salary schedule for central office staff that I didn't see how much. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that a fair question to ask after being directed that Superintendent Montoya would like to revise the salary schedules for the central office 12-month?
Objection and proper opinion testimony. We're here for facts, not opinions.
I'll withdraw the question. Ms. Jones, did you have any role in drafting the notice of intent to recommend discharge?
No.
Did you review it before it was served on Mr. Bregler?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you review it?
Well, I reviewed it before it was distributed. I always review everything.
And in your role as HR director, if you had revisions or comments to that, would you have discussed it with Superintendent Montoya?
Yes.
Going now to Exhibit 5. And looking at under number 1 in subordination, the second line says specifically you intentionally disregarded an official directive regarding the development of a proposed salary schedule. And let's just take that right there. Was this part of your investigatory report? Was this finding part of your investigatory report?
Yes.
And in what way did Mr. Bregler intentionally disregard an official directive?
Because he had created salary schedules that were at Miss Montoya's directives, what she expected. And then I don't know how soon, but prior to the school board, he changed some of those salary schedules that went to the school board for approval.
Okay, we just looked at a communication from Superintendent Montoya directing Mr. Bregler to revise salary schedules for the central office 12 months. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. But then somewhere during the actual development of the schedules, those positions, the salary schedules for those positions were no longer going to receive an increase?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What official directive, is being cited to in this? I'm still looking at that same line.
She had, as was previously stated, she had given directives to increase the salary schedules for the lower pay groups of employees. And as far as I was concerned, or my knowledge, that did not include anyone in the admin building.
Okay, but we did just read that email that directed him to increase the salaries for central office, correct?
Right.
Okay. The next line of this notice of intent to recommend discharge, it says, or it's the same line actually, just the continuation. It says, and surreptitiously made changes and or additions to the schedule that Superintendent Montoya specifically prohibited.
Correct.
Can you point to anywhere in your investigation that shows Superintendent Montoya specifically prohibited salary increases for central office? 12-month?
Can I look back at it?
Yes, of course.
Which exhibit is it?
Your investigatory report is number 4.
No, because basically I had a limited amount of questions for Mr. Bregler, and that was, did you change the salary schedules beyond Ms. Montoya's directives?
Okay, but my understanding is that this notice of intent to recommend discharge is a follow through from your investigation.
Correct.
So is there any finding in your investigation that this was specifically prohibited?
Yes, it was prohibited.
So prohibited means something different, to me than I think what you're saying. I don't.
Are you
see
saying I
anywhere-
don't know what the word means?
No, I'm saying we have different definitions. for each
Okay,
in here.
all right.
So I don't see anywhere in the record where conduct was actually prohibited. I see where it's not addressed or not followed up, but I don't see where it's prohibited. So can you point me to where that is?
No.
Okay. Another definition we might disagree on. The notice of intent to recommend discharge also says, further, you intentionally failed to disclose your enacted changes to me nor to the Board of Education before the erroneous salary schedule was adopted by the board during its meeting on May 27th, 2026.
Repeat it.
So I'm looking at Exhibit 5, if you'd like to go there.
Which page?
The first page, Exhibit 5. The notice of intent to recommend discharge.
Okay.
And following up from where we left off, it says further, you intentionally failed to disclose your enacted changes to me nor to the Board of Education before the erroneous salary schedule was adopted by the board during the meeting on May 27, 2026.
Correct.
And, when failed to disclose, is providing the salary schedules a week in advance, is that a failure to disclose?
I don't know the procedure and what length of time they do disclose documents to the board. I think it's 3 days, but I'm not certain about that.
Okay, so if Mr. Bregler, and we can turn to that email if you'd like, but if Mr. Bregler disclosed to Superintendent Montoya the proposed changes to the salary schedules on May 19th, and the board meeting was May 27th, is that a failure to disclose?
It's a failure to discuss the changes with Ms. Montoya, yes.
Okay.
It is respectful, it's honest and professional.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Jones, in your investigation, did you conclude that any action by Mr. Bregler was deceptive?
Yes,
What, in your conclusion, was deceptive?
the first set of salary schedules were the initial directives that Ms. Montoya had given Mr. Bregler. And then what was deceptive and deceitful was that he took a certain group of salary schedules and changed them before he took them to the board for approval.
So it was his failure to disclose that you found deceptive?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you. Board, any questions for the witness?
Can I make my statement now?
Any objection from the
No
parties?
objection?
I have no objection.
Okay.
I was not comfortable coming here today because in my education as an HR director and my experience is you do not discuss personnel matters in an open session. It is a violation. You don't do it. And Mr. Bregler set this audience up for it to be discussed. So
I'm gonna stop you there because that is Mr. Bregler's right. He's able to do
I know.
that under our policies. And so he shouldn't, it's not held against him for opting to do that right.
okay, it shouldn't also be held against me for having to speak about a personnel matter.
I hope that nothing will be held against you for speaking in public on a personnel matter.
Okay. Am I dismissed?
Are we good?
Yes, this witness.
Thank you very much again.
I don't know if you asked if the board had.
I did, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dan already did, though. It was just- No questions from the board. Thank you. Do you all mind if we take a restroom break? Recess? Briefly. Thank you. Go ahead. Please don't talk about it.
I got it.
Ah. Okay.
Yes.
It is.
Cause he really cared about it. He's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, he was, but saying something.
No.
Literally said. Nope.
Here comes right. Especially when it's 100 degrees.
I'm looking for the right spot in the vent. High quality H2O. It's a good cup of water.
Okay, that's.
Yeah. Right, I don't remember Google fact or not. Right? Okay, I'm gonna try to go to the restroom.
It's only two.
Yeah,
heard.
I was all, there's only two restrooms.
I know, we might as well wait.
Better just wait until someone gets back in there. What, no comment about my sweater?
Oh no, I saw you put it on and I thought, I'm saying that like this.
Still streaming, I just like.
Wish I had that issue.
Or your kiddo. Gilbert Gaston, I was like, when are you? Did you guys go to Albuquerque? Yeah, we took them to, but we're like, we didn't get away to Facebook Saturday, we could go through taco and bowling arcade. That's, I don't know if you've seen my Instagram post, it was so funny, because I had something like racing games and my employee, she told me she didn't get any first, and so we did a second, and she all those hilarious, she's at the end. So, but it was
Yes. That's what my wife had to say, was it them factory again. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We switch companies and now it has better do my auto payment, show me fees on a different system.
freezing and so cold. I love it. It needs to be colder.
My wife,
Or like, it's like stirring.
my wife will freeze me out of my own house.
I'm not gonna do this.
Put a lockbox on.
Yeah.
That's right.
Done.
Exactly.
Lay on the tail.
That's why Jennifer's room downstairs. Nice. They used to put the lock boxes in the operating rooms. The key, so you couldn't change the thermostat. And surgeons would walk like with a mallet out of the set. Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially the lights and the gowns and the pads and everything else.
Well, since it's sort of your time and my time, I don't think it's particularly I don't think anyone's able to do it with precision, that's for sure. Because. Well, not unusual, some of the cross takes as much or even more as a direct.
Oh, yeah. Got a hobble now. What happened?
64-year-old man jumping off a truck.
You do it.
Yeah, not you, gentlemen.
Yeah. I don't jump off of anything now without thinking how am I gonna get down easier and slower.
I'm saying a helmet for Christmas.
My dad, so when helmet and dads and he rides his bike and. We're gonna make fun of him, but I'm like, yeah, if he falls,
It's covered.
yeah, it's. 6'4", 6'5" is a lot longer way to fall than this for me, dude.
There's the one round, you should probably be out by the time. Yeah, right here too, though, I don't know if anybody's out.
Just that closure on the door.
I wouldn't know
You.
I gave up on
Yeah, so. Well trained by long road trips and kids, so I'll be all right. It was that Phoenix trip when we were talking 8 hours in the car, you know, that was not intent on stopping in Flagstaff or anywhere.
I'm not allowed to think anything on our road.
Oh.
Or the lack of New Mexico road stops.
Yep.
Yeah.
My daughter does club volleyball, so we're always, you know, love their Cameroon and stuff like that, and I tell her the same thing, you can't have anything more to drink.
Yeah, time limit.
Yep.
That's all you get.
We're trying to stop. But it's
You know, you
currently.
can see now how, like back in the old days, and by the old days, I mean like the
Can't really.
'70s. Like cars just didn't go as far as
Right.
gas stations.
Yeah.
And now they're all closed down, you're like, and these, you're going 300 miles at a shot easily now.
I got stuff on the side there.
Right. Yeah, people just keep.
Yeah, or in,
You know, the trip down to Cruces is easy for us because it's squirrels,
Right.
if we need to.
Yeah.
But taking my kids on the side roads, right, 85 or any of those ones, they're looking like, where's the next stop?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
200 miles that way, guys.
Yeah.
Do there?
Did you get on those back?
Right up my right.
With moments.
Oh,
Yeah, it's backwards to Texas and it's all private anymore. You know, you're like, find a bush.
You can press something.
Yeah.
There's one in city. There's. It's not as funny, but there, is a sort of here, there's here, this. Fill out. And, During my, they would have this. Husband's grandpa. And Eric's.
Are they from here?
And there was a. Right.
That's baked into my, I'm a Red Sox fan, but all my grandparents were Cubs fans. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, all we got was TBS, so.
Braves,
Well, Braves
they're
are-
Braves fans.
Yep.
And my dad,
Really perfect.
when they finally got KTLA in Santa Fe, that's why he's a Cubs fan.
Oh, yeah.
We have all these very water masks there.
Other than that, everyone's Cubbies in my heart. And I went to Wrigley for the first time last year. I'd never been, it was fantastic.
17 channel.
All them right after the championship.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to.
We're going to still have to see why is.
Yeah.
Before you've got tree, yeah, it's awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
That was my son's first major league game last year, ever.
I'm jarred. I get really disappointed when they're down the whole, you know what I mean?
Wrigley and Fenway are like the last stand,
That's about it.
and I don't know that they'll
The
ever.
only one that was close was the ballpark.
Thinking,
Yeah. Yankee Stadium. Oh, yeah, my wife, went there for my son, the year before that. He won it. I never got to go, I got to go to Reagan, but I never got to go to the Yankee Stadium.
Okay, are we now back and ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The district's superintendent's next. Witness is Arissa Plumper.
okay, and I don't know that we have our person to go call her. So.
Thank you.
Really glad David did this. Yes. We'll have the ramp and the posts and stuff, and we'll check those good.
Dominated at the end.
Ms. Clumper, go ahead, and before you sit down. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. Thank you.
Good morning. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Arissa Comfort O'Connor.
And what is your position with the district?
I'm the finance assistant.
In that job, you interact with Mr. Bregler?
Yes.
Is he your immediate supervisor?
Yes.
After the special board meeting on May 27, did you have any discussions with Mr. Bregler about the salary schedules that were approved by the board?
Yes.
How many conversations did you have with Mr. Bregler about that?
2.
But let's focus on the first conversation, if we may. What day did you have that conversation with Mr. Bregler?
It was the morning following the special meeting. The 20th, I think it was.
The 28th?
The 28th, yes.
You're soft spoken and I want to make sure I heard.
As a matter of fact, yes, could you speak up? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure our record gets it. Thank you.
Where did that conversation take place?
In Mr. Bregler's office.
Is that in central office?
It is in central office, yes.
Was anyone else present during that conversation?
No.
Can you tell the board what Mr. Bregler said during that conversation?
Tom asked me if I had, I believe it's right, he asked me if I had noticed that the salary schedules had been approved. I said yes. I was sitting right next to him during that special meeting. He then kind of stated, he said that he was surprised that the board hadn't asked any questions, hadn't made any statements about the salary schedules. And I, I think I said, oh yeah, okay, I'm not sure, whatever. He then kind of braggingly said that he had changed the salary schedules for other people because he didn't think the ones that Shelley had requested were fair.
What about Mr. Bregler's tone or manner caused you to conclude that he was bragging or boasting about his actions?
He just kind of sat back in his chair and kind of just matter of factly was like, well, I increased the salary schedules because I didn't think it was fair, and that's how it came across to me at that time. And there had been no mention like prior to that in the conversations that we'd had about changing the salary schedules.
Did he explain why he was, quote, surprised, end quote, that no one on the board asked any questions about the schedules?
No.
Did he say anything else about the salary schedules or the board's actions during that conversation?
Not that I recall, no. Yeah.
You testified that there was a second conversation, I believe?
Yes.
Can you tell us when the second conversation took place?
It would have been a few hours later. Yeah, actually in this room, we had a weekly implementation meeting that had concluded. And there was Tom, myself, and then 2 other employees in the room for the meeting
one of the employees stepped away. I'm not sure if the names are relevant. Do you need to know who they were?
I do not.
One of the employees stepped away, and Tom kind of sat back in his chair and again mentioned that to the other employee, I think because she wasn't at the board meeting, I'm not sure if she tuned in, but anyway, mentioned that he was surprised that the board didn't have any questions about the salary schedule, questions or comments. That he was surprised that they had been passed. And he indicated that he increased the other salary schedules and that she would also be getting a good raise because he didn't think that the raises that Shelley had requested were fair.
After that conversation, did you report Mr. Bregler's statements to you that morning to anyone else?
I did.
Who did you talk to?
Judy Jones.
And what did you tell Ms. Jones?
I just recalled our conversations. I also told her that I had gone back and looked at the conversations that I had been included in to see what had been requested and verified that what I then believe, the salary schedules had been increased without request. And at that time, I could see that they had based on comparing salary schedules, right?
No further questions of this witness. Pass the witness.
Morning. You prefer Ms. O'Connor?
Ms. Clevich.
Okay. Were you copied on Mr. Bregler's April 14th, 2026 email regarding the 2026-2027 salary schedules?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn to that exhibit. It's exhibit 8. Does this refresh your recollection of whether you were copied on these emails? Turning to page 2, this is Superintendent Montoya's response, also on April 28th. What was your understanding of the directives, Mr. Bregler and your office was provided with regards to raising salaries for hourly employees?
I think overall, the idea was to increase those really low paying, salaries. Overall, that's kind of the summary of it, right?
Okay, and what was your understanding of the directions regarding central office 12-month staff?
To remove certain columns.
Anything else? And can I direct your attention to number 2? You can see they're numbered on the left. And what were the directions regarding central office staff in number 2?
I'm going to object. It mischaracterizes the exhibit.
Will you restate the question again? Yeah.
What was the directions provided in item 2 in this email
Okay.
regarding central office 12 month?
And same objection
Same objections.
and your response.
I'm not sure how this mischaracterizes the exhibit. I'm asking her what the directions provided in this exhibit said.
I will withdraw. She rephrases to say, what does number 2 state? It's her editorial comment to which I object.
Okay,
I will withdraw the question and re-ask.
okay.
What does number 2 state with regard to central office 12-month staff?
I don't see central office 12-month staff recognized in that. It talks about the hourly salaries.
Could you just continue reading that line then?
You want me to read it line for line?
Yes.
Or word for word? Okay. The board is in support of raising salaries for our hourly staff. The schedules that I'd like to revise for EAs, secretaries, bus drivers, bus aides, grounds, maintenance, custodial, central office 12-month staff.
Okay, now that you've
Yes.
read it,
Yeah.
what is your understanding of the directions Mr. Bregler was provided regarding item 2?
Objection irrelevant.
This directly deals with the salary schedules Mr. Bregler was directed to provide to Superintendent Montoya. And I'm asking, someone also copied on this email, what her understanding of what that direction was.
And again, I believe that that's irrelevant to the conduct and actions by Mr. Bregler. What this witness understood is irrelevant. She did not create the salary schedules. She didn't omit the information regarding the increases. So I believe that this is testimony from this witness that is irrelevant to the issues before the board.
I'll leave this, board, do you want me to re-characterize anything? So we talked about it all this a couple times. I think you guys are.
Yes, sir.
With that.
Yes, sir.
Do you all have an opinion to discuss on this?
Unrelevant?
And again, the question is about the impression of the witness
Correct.
on this statement.
Her impression.
Yes. And it's on number 2 specific.
Yes, sir.
All right, any,
Thank you.
you would allow it? You,
I would as well.
did any motion, your motion on it?
I'll make a motion.
To overrule the objection?
Yes.
Second.
Oh,
In favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Overruled. Please continue.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the directive Superintendent Montoya gave Mr. Bregler with respect to central office 12-month narrowed to item 2?
That the board is in support of raising salaries for the hourly staff. That's. I mean,
Does that
that's,
include central office?
it would include central office for the hourly staff.
Okay,
I would say too, though, that there's a lot of detail that follows, and I think that context is very important,
okay,
especially in our finance rules.
understood. But I'm just narrowing down to number 2, and at this point, Superintendent Montoya did tell Mr. Bregler to revise the salary schedules for central office 12 months. Is that correct?
Sure, in number 2 rule, yes.
Okay. Were you present for any meetings or discussions between Superintendent Montoya and Mr. Bregler regarding the salary schedule?
I think we had, there wasn't a lot of meetings that we had regarding it in person. I want to say there was maybe 1 or 2. And there was some directive given. I don't remember specifically what it would have been at this time. It's been quite a while ago.
What is your understanding of the reasons why these salary schedules were being increased?
My understanding is that they are very low paid positions. I think that's present in the salary schedules. And so to try and create this competitive, right, nature to bring people into the real stuff, it was to increase the salary schedules. To something that was more appropriate.
Understood. And were the central office 12-month among these lower paid staff?
Are you asking for my opinion? Because
Well, you're familiar with the salary schedules, and you said that there are certain schedules that are on the lower end.
Yeah.
So given that context, do you agree that the central office 12 months were part of what you said were in the lower end?
I would say it's the higher end. I don't think that is the low end of our salary schedules by far.
Okay. Is that the same also for central office payroll?
That's a very well paying salary schedule, yes.
Okay, and computer technician?
I guess.
Okay. Did you review the 2026-2027 proposed salary schedules before the May 27th board meeting? I have no further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you.
Ms. Pumpler, are you looking at exhibit 8 still?
Yes.
when you were asked on cross about the directives given in that second paragraph, you said that you felt that there was other context in this email that was relevant. What other context in this email did you think was relevant to whether the central office 12-month position should also receive an increase?
I think as you go down the line, you see specific direction on which salary schedules and how much to increase them. And as you hit the 12-month salary schedule, the question is who is still on the salary schedule and the request to do away with certain columns. So there is direct direction to increase certain salary schedules and to change them. And I think that context is very important as you go down through that email.
So in other words, the specific directions controls the general principle in paragraph 2.
I would say so, right? You want specifics anytime you're doing, I would say anything, but you know, especially in finance. So you don't want something to come back and have been a decision.
No further questions.
Thank you. Board, any questions for the witness?
No, thank you.
May the witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you very much. District, will you call your next witness?
District has no further witnesses. Mr. Hearing Officer and intends to examine Mr. Bregler as a part of his direct testimony. I think that's most efficient.
I agree.
Okay, so then the district resting.
The district rests at this time, yes.
Ms. Bigwood, do you want a few seconds or a few minutes?
I am ready.
Please proceed.
All right, Mr. Bregler.
Mr. Bregler, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Probably the last time I can say good morning today.
10 minutes.
Yes. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Bregler,
And what was your last position and title?
Finance Director.
Was that also a business manager?
Yes.
How many years of experience do you have in school finance and business management?
Over 15.
And can you explain your history with Tularosa?
I worked here from 2008 to 2012 as an accountant. Left to go work for Alamogordo Schools. And then I came back in 2022 as a business manager, finance director.
Describe your job responsibilities as business manager at Tularosa.
Overseeing all aspects of the budget, many budgets, you know, internal controls. I've always been responsible for creating the salary schedules. That's always been part of my job. Journal entries, adjustments to budget, reporting the PED, quarterly reports, annual reports. The list goes on and on.
From your list, what responsibilities are within your sole discretion and which needs approval from the superintendent or the board?
I can do like journal entries. If there's a mistake made, I'll usually do a journal entry and have someone review it, like the finance assistant. Any budget adjustments have to be approved in the web system, OBMS, by the superintendent. Of course, budget information has to be signed off by the superintendent. So, most of the stuff that I do, a lot of it I do on my own, and then I present it to the superintendent for approval, and most of that also goes to the board.
What happened in late December 2025 regarding an employee's direct deposit account?
It was Christmas break. I got a call from our payroll specialist. She informed me that one of our employees had what she thought had sent her an email. And she was trained by the former payroll person that if you get an email from at a Tularosa School's email address, you can make the change on the direct deposit based on that. So she made the change, then found out when the person didn't get their payroll, and then she called me. You know, I told her, well, you need to cut a check for that person immediately, and then contact the bank. And she actually had already reached out to the bank to see if they could stop it, and they did. So they stopped the payment, and the employee got paid. And she was just following the procedures in place that we had. When we got back, I immediately changed those procedures immediately.
What was the role of your payroll staff in processing the direct deposit change?
At the time, it was just the payroll person's job to make the change in the accounting system.
Did she need approval from you prior to making the change to the direct deposit information?
Not at that time, no.
Were district funds ultimately lost as a result of this incident?
No, they weren't.
Did the affected employee suffer any financial harm?
No, they didn't.
What corrective actions did you take immediately after discovering the incident?
Immediately, I set in place where direct deposit change has to be done in writing, in person. If they email the form to her, then she actually has to call the employee and verify that they sent that form, but it still has to be a filled out form. And then any changes in payroll have to be verified by either finance assistant or myself before they can proceed.
And when you say immediately, what's the time frame for that?
When I made the change, as soon as we got back from Christmas break.
Do you have a more specific date?
It was beginning of January. I mean, I can't tell you the exact date. I don't remember the
Were
calendar.
these changes, did they have to go through the school board?
No, there was never any payroll procedures as part of board policies before I got here. It's never been part. It was just kind of part of the training and the staff.
And did you submit these changes to anyone at the district?
After I implemented them,
Yes.
I don't believe I did. Well, I take that back. I did let Superintendent Lindsay know that what we'll be doing from now on to make sure that doesn't happen.
And was he still the superintendent at the time?
Yes, he was.
When you discussed this incident with Superintendent Lindsay, what was his response?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking what Mr. Lindsay's response was to Mr. Bregler, so he was a party to that conversation.
Same objection.
Okay, so this is hearsay is an odd concept. It's an out of court statement provided for the truth of the matter stated, right? So in this case, the statement that's being requested is a statement by Mr. Lindsay made outside of the court, right? And if it's being offered for the truth of that statement, right, that this is exactly what was being said, then it would technically meet the hearsay requirement, but there could also be an exception. And I guess want to clarify, are you arguing that this is not hearsay or that there's an exception as a response?
I'll withdraw the question
Okay.
and I'll reframe it. Was it your understanding after bringing this to Superintendent Lindsay that the matter had been settled?
Yes.
Were you provided any other directions regarding this incident?
Just even if we're like on break or he's on vacation, to just make sure I let him know right away.
When did you or your payroll staff identify that employee had been overpaid in January of 2026?
Let's see, it was about, I think it was January 21st, if that was a Wednesday.
And what was your understanding regarding who was serving as superintendent at the end of, or at that time?
Well, there was a lot of confusion. There really was. I thought Superintendent Lindsay was superintendent till the end of January. That was my understanding. I don't recall ever receiving any kind of official notification that, hey, you know, Superintendent Montoya is now superintendent. So I did not have that understanding that I should have been reporting that incident to her.
And to whom did you report the overpayment issue to?
I let Mr. Lindsay know,
And when was that?
the 22nd.
provided that was the Thursday following.
Yes, correct.
You identified two causes in your response, which is exhibit 3, I believe. No, exhibit 2. Go there. But you identified two causes in your response as the reason the overpayment occurred.
Yes.
What were those reasons?
Well, one, we had the understanding that the software, when you put in the termination date, it would calculate out, the rest of their pay. We didn't realize at the time that it doesn't work if in the software, the person's not tied to an actual salary schedule in the software. We learned that afterwards. So I believe he had been overpaid on 2 previous payrolls. So once we found out, and then did you ask me both issues or just the one? I'm sorry.
Both issues, but follow up with that first one.
So, once we found out, we put in the correct information into the software to calculate out, and then we realized that he had been overpaid. The other issue was, the payroll technician's error. Part of when she runs payroll, she looks at what's called a comparison report. And what that does for you is it looks at last payroll compared to this payroll, and she should have caught that his pay went up considerably, and she missed that on 2 payrolls.
How often is payroll?
It is every 2 weeks.
And you said that there's 2 previous paychecks where,
That's what I recall, yes.
okay. So the first paycheck would have been like end of 2025-ish?
Let's say 22nd. It made me do math. Yes, that sounds right.
Somewhere in that
Yeah.
ballpark. So is this something that if you don't catch the error the first time and you're running this comparison report, you don't catch the second time?
Right, yeah, because now the second time, she would have looked at the amounts and they would have been close or the same. Yeah, she should have had it caught it the first time.
Okay.
She ran the report.
What internal review procedures have you implemented since then to prevent similar errors?
Well, I don't recall everything, but now again, whenever any changes in payroll, whether it's someone leaving or direct deposit change, has to be verified by a second person, either finance assistant or myself. I believe they also created a more user-friendly Excel comparison report where she's able, it'll show you the difference. And so you can go down that column and see, oh, wait, that person, and then she makes a note if it's a real reason why there was a difference. So she's spent, and then that has to be verified by a second person also.
And you previously mentioned, but you also fixed the system errors?
Well, we figured out what it was, and so we made sure, that also, like I said, going forward, any changes like that would be double checked by someone else. Because now we knew it could be an issue.
What steps were taken to recover the overpayment?
I was informed by the finance assistant that Superintendent Montoya was working with the attorneys to work out a plan on how that was going to occur.
To clarify, you took no further action to recover the
No,
overpayment?
I didn't.
Turning now to exhibit 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
The last paragraph beginning following both incidents, do you see that?
Yes.
What were you directed to do?
Provide supporting documentation, follow-up reports and or corrective documentation, basically on how we would fix this issue.
And did you provide the supporting documentation, follow-up reports and or corrective documentation?
Well, I had done it before I got written up for this. It was like, maybe February 9th or beginning of February, I had emailed because she had asked me for it. So I emailed, okay, here's what we're gonna do to fix this. And then I, again, never heard back, which is common.
And were you provided a deadline to provide any of this documentation
Based on this write-up or
prior to
the
that?
prior, regarding the email I sent her, I don't remember a specific deadline, but I know I did it right away.
And you never received a response from your,
I did not.
had the December 2025 incident, December 2025 incident, was that previously reviewed and resolved administratively?
Yes,
And that was prior to this reprimand?
yes.
Describe any prior discussions you had with Superintendent Lindsay regarding the December incident.
I basically told him exactly what had happened. He was happy to hear that we got the money back. There was no disciplinary action. And like I said, he just requested that no matter if we're on vacation or if I'm on vacation or whatever, to please let him know right away. Which is, we were on Christmas break. I figured I would tell him when we got back. And that was, So, but he asked me to let him know no matter what.
Had you received any prior verbal warnings or written counseling regarding either payroll incident leading to the letter of reprimand?
I had not.
In April 2026, what were your responsibilities regarding preparation of the 2026-2027 salary schedules?
It was my understanding, based on the previous 4 years, that I prepared the salary schedules. It's always been my responsibility. We did have a meeting where the only thing mentioned really was maybe possibly going to 8.5 hours. But Superintendent Montoya said she was going to visit with the board on that and let me know. She didn't until that one email. I suggested, the district's in really good shape. We could even do like a 2 or 3% raise instead of a 1. And it's basically, I think she said she would think about that. I was never given a directive of any kind to do the 1% salary schedules. I did that on my own because I could not get an answer about what we were going to do. So I created the 1% salary schedule since that was what PEB authorized, and then I emailed to on April 14th.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 8. And is this the email that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this is the 1% raise salary schedules that you provided?
Correct.
What did you request in this email?
Ideally, the salary schedules are supposed to be submitted when your budget is due. And I believe that was for us. I can't remember, it was the 17th, 19th, but somewhere around there. So.
Of May?
Yeah, May, I'm sorry, yes. So I wanted an answer right away so I could get them on the May 4th board agenda. And then I would have the actual approved salary schedules to submit with the budget.
And after sending these proposed salary schedules to Superintendent Montoya, what was her response?
I didn't get a response for 2 weeks. And then she made some proposals of what different positions she wanted to raise for certain amounts. And she talked about some columns also. And she had, in this email and another email where I questioned them, she mentioned these are just proposals.
What did you understand your directions regarding hourly staff to be?
I understood that all hourly staff were going to be increased. I couldn't imagine that we would say, okay, you get an over 20% raise, which is what it was, and you get 1. I couldn't imagine we were going to do that. So I never even really thought that that was a possibility. I understood it was all hourly.
And who's included in the hourly staff classification?
You got secretaries, custodians, maintenance, grounds, central office, all the central office staff, including the payroll and the computer technicians, EAs, educational assistants, bus drivers, bus aides. I believe that.
Hourly classifications that are not included in this email?
She doesn't mention specifically computer text, but I took it as when she said central office, she meant central office, everybody that works in central office.
Who is also hourly.
Right.
Did you make any changes to the salary schedules after receiving this email from Superintendent Montoya?
Yes, after I expressed my concern about the very large raises and I provided documentation showing that we were more than competitive with districts, and we were. Of course, I said I would do whatever you want me to do. So I did the increases that she requested. And I believe I sent those on the email, and I don't recall the date of that email.
Okay, but before that, we're getting a little ahead of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But in response to Superintendent Montoya's email dated April 28th, you did have some follow-up
I'm
questions,
sorry.
correct?
Yes, I did. I wanted to know, I mentioned I had done as 9 hours a day because I didn't know for sure we were going to 8.5. Because she was supposed to let me know. I said you had mentioned revising salary schedules for central office staff, but I didn't see how much. And then I had questions about the 10-month and 12-month secretaries. I explained it was going to take a lot of work and time, but I told her I'd get started on right away. Mentioned since I wasn't included in the process, I wanted to add some other things and explain how our hourly rates are in line with Alamogordo and Ruidoso. I later added, I believe, Capitan, which is a 4-day school like us. And not only are they in line, but we are actually higher in some areas. I provided the hourly salaries and then the number of hours they work. I said 34, but that was a typo. School secretaries, it was, I believe, going to be a 24% increase. And then other positions were like 21%, 17, 15, and 9. We had the budget. I'm never saying we didn't, but my job as part of, fiscal responsibility is to think of the future. Anyone that's been around long enough remembers the bad days where money was being clawed back and people weren't getting raises. So I had that in my mind. And I mentioned I didn't really think it was fiscally responsible, but I also mentioned I understood in the end it was her decision.
Okay, so you covered a lot in your response. So
Sorry.
just to clarify a few things.
Okay.
So you identified that there was an error in your initial email.
Yes.
You said with what you have planned, school secretaries will get a 34% raise. That should be 24%.
24, yes.
And this 24%, how did you calculate that?
I took the hourly rate from the previous year, looked at the hourly rate that was proposed for this year, based on what she wanted, the annual amount, and then divided that by the number of hours they'd be working for this year. I came up with the hourly rate, and then I looked at that hourly rate compared to last year's hourly rate.
Okay, so you were comparing last year's salary rate with the directions or with the proposal
With the
from
process.
April 28th?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any outstanding issues at that time regarding, let me rephrase. Was there anything preventing you from revising the salary schedules on April 29th?
I could revise the ones she specified, but I still needed answers on some of the other ones, basically all the people that worked all the hourly staff that worked in central office.
Turning now to the next page, and the email actually starts on the prior page. This is Superintendent Montoya's response on April 30th. What was the discussion regarding the central office staff?
The only thing she mentioned is about like where Amanda D, Lenora, and Celia are with salary schedule they're on. Seems usually there are separate schedules for other positions, and she was wanting to know if the 12-month schedule is still relevant, you know, the one that Mary and Andre are on, or should they move to one of the other ones?
And did you address her question and follow-up correspondence?
Yes. And I believe I had more questions.
Okay. Um. Let's go ahead and skip ahead to the May 4th email at 11:24. It's at the bottom of the 5th page. Did you still have questions about the central office staff?
Yes, all the central office, 12 months, central office payroll, and computer technicians. You know, it was still my understanding we were increasing those as part of her proposal. So I needed to know how much we were increasing them.
Did you ultimately prepare the salary schedule she requested?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to the 3 classifications that you never received clarification?
Right, so I never got a response, which again, unfortunately was common. But I wanted everything in writing. I had to protect myself. So as it's always been my job, I went ahead and prepared what I thought would be fair salary schedules based on the other proposals. That's always how it's been. I would prepare the salary schedules, and I did. And then I would submit them to the superintendent, give him or her plenty of time to review them. And then if we needed to meet and discuss something, or if he or she had any questions, then we would discuss questions.
Turning now to page 6, so on exhibit 8. You provided the increases to the budget with the salary schedules done so far.
Correct.
Did you at any time prepare these increases to the budget for those 3 disputed classifications?
I didn't, because these were the ones she asked for. So I did those, and then because of the time crunch of getting salary schedules done and wanting to give her plenty of time to review them, I did not figure out what that was going to cost to the budget.
So at this time, there's still outstanding questions regarding
Yes.
those 3 okay.
Correct.
The when did you ultimately provide the revised salary schedules with those 3 classifications to Superintendent Montoya?
That was on May 19th.
Okay, and we can go to exhibit 9. And is this the email where you provided them?
Yes,
And did you at any time specifically discuss those 3 classifications with Superintendent Montoya?
I didn't, because she never answered me. And like I said, I'm trying not to involve things that are part of this, but I foresaw what was going to happen. So I needed everything documented, all emails between myself and Superintendent Montoya, because I knew I was going to need them later. So she didn't answer my question. So I took it upon myself and did what has always been my job and prepared the salary schedules for her to review.
Did you track changes at all in the salary schedules when providing the revised version?
Track changes is how, I'm sorry.
Like on your computer, is there some way to track what changes were made between the previous salary schedule and the new salary schedule?
Yeah, the salary schedules are Excel spreadsheets. So, I mean, I had them both saved on my computer and the calculations and everything.
Okay. Did you highlight, mark in red, do anything to distinguish the changes that were made in the revised salary schedules?
No, I did not.
And was that your standard practice?
No, I would never do that. I would just, provide them for review and approval. And usually approval was indicated by the superintendent submitting them to the board.
And have you ever been requested to somehow track the changes that you're making in the various salary schedules?
No, I have not.
What was your understanding of the superintendent's authority regarding salary recommendations to the board?
In the end, it was her decision. I needed to provide the salary schedules to her. And then ultimately, she would be the one to decide if that was good. Or further changes need to be made. And then when she was done looking at them, she would present them to the board for their approval.
Did you intend to act insubordinately or deceptively in your handling of the salary schedules?
No, not at all.
Did you disclose the changes you made to the salary schedules to Superintendent Montoya before the board meeting that was held on May 27th?
Well, I disclosed them, in my opinion, by sending them to her.
Did the school board ultimately approve the salary schedules?
They did.
Were you present during that board meeting?
Yes, I was.
Did anyone ask you any questions?
No.
Did you make any comments?
I was surprised. I mean, because they were such large increases. I didn't know if the board really understood we were talking about over 20% increases. I thought there might be questions and I was prepared, but I didn't think it was my job to jump in if I wasn't asked any questions.
And have you attended board meetings prior when your proposed salary schedules were being recommended by the superintendent?
Yes,
Did you ever make any comments during?
none that I can recall. No.
After the board approved the salary schedules, did Superintendent Montoya raise any concerns about them with you?
No.
You received recognition in your role as business manager.
Yes.
In what way?
I was named New Mexico School Business Official of the Year.
And who granted that award?
The New Mexico Association of School Business Officials picks one person out of the whole state each year with that recognition.
And when was that?
Year before last, I think.
Turning now to exhibit 17. Do you recognize what these documents are?
Yes, my evaluations.
Okay, can you tell me what years these are for?
Got 24, 25. 21, 22. And 22, 23.
And at any time were you informed during the evaluation process that your performance was, did not meet standard?
No, not at all. Quite the opposite. This Superintendent Lindsay even wrote at the last page of the 22, 23 evaluation, how great a job I was doing.
After receiving the notice of intent to recommend discharge, did you request this hearing?
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, that's been admitted as exhibit 6. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Bregler, would you turn to exhibit? Leave it so. Please.
Okay.
You see that exhibit?
I do.
That's your Governmental Conduct Act disclosure that you signed, correct?
Yes, when I worked here the first time.
And you dated that June 28th, 2011, correct?
Correct.
In paragraph 1, Do you promise to maintain the integrity and ethically high responsibilities of public service and discharge your duties in the same manner?
Yes,
And in paragraph 2, do you promise to conduct yourself in a manner that justifies the confidence placed in you by the public?
yes,
And those promises you agree apply no matter what job you have at the district, correct?
yes,
And they apply whether you have a break in service and have returned to employment, correct?
Yeah.
So they apply to you in your current job of business manager, correct?
I would think so. I don't know legally how that works.
And you recall that in around April of this year, Superintendent Montoya directed you to do some work on the salary schedules, right?
Well, I wasn't directed. I was given proposals to do something that had always been my job.
Did she expect you to complete some tasks, sir?
Yeah, I mean, in the proposal, she had mentioned what she wanted done.
And she directed you in those proposals to take some action, correct?
I don't agree with that assessment. I was doing my job. She classified it as, here's what I propose.
And if you had not done anything,
I'm sure she would have followed up
would
with
you
it.
let me finish my question?
Sure, why not?
If you had not followed up with additional work on the salary schedules, do you think that there would have been a question about what you were doing?
I'm sure she would have followed up with me.
Did she instruct you ever to increase the salary for 2 central office staff member positions?
She mentioned central office 12 months.
Did she tell you to increase the salaries paid to the central office payroll positions?
I asked and she didn't answer.
And let me make sure that you heard my question. Did she tell you to increase the wages paid to the central office payroll positions?
I asked, she didn't answer.
Is your answer that no, she did not tell me to increase those salaries?
Yes, she didn't tell me not to either.
Did she affirmatively tell you to increase them? Yes or no, sir?
Yes, and she didn't tell me not to either.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Hearing Officer that the witness be directed to answer counsel questions. The questions are fair.
I'll instruct the board on this, that the questions specified whether or not the superintendent specifically direct to increase the salaries of 2 specific employees. The response, as I heard it, was yes, and she did not tell me not to. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Does the board view that response as responsive to the question?
Yes or no?
No?
Yes or no? That's yes or no.
For yes or no answer.
Okay.
The question
Yes, sir.
is a yes or no question.
All right.
Is that correct?
I believe so. All right, with that, then, this is, I would ask that you respond with either a yes or a no, sir.
Understood.
Let's do that again then. At any point, did the superintendent tell you to increase the salaries for the 2 central office payroll positions?
No,
At any point, did the superintendent tell you to increase the wages for the computer technician positions?
no,
And those are 2 positions, right? In other words, 4 workers.
correct. Yes,
As business manager, you don't have the authority to make salary increases on your own, do you?
that's correct. And
That's the authority that belongs to the superintendent, correct?
correct.
And as the business manager, you saw the board agenda for the May 27th meeting in the packet before it went to the board for consideration, correct?
Yes,
In your view, does ethical conduct require honesty in the workplace?
yes,
Does it require transparency?
yes,
In your view, does it require you to provide relevant information to your supervisor?
Yes,
Does that include sharing all of the information that might reasonably influence her understanding of the work that you have done?
I believe I did that, yes.
Does that include telling her information that could have influenced whether she submitted those salaries to the board for its consideration?
Yes, and I did.
And you testified, I did what I thought was fair
Yes,
and increased those salaries, correct?
correct.
But you never told her that, did you?
I gave her the salary schedules.
But you never said in any email or in any verbal or oral conversation, Ms. Montoya, Shelley, here are the salary schedules. I did what I thought was fair for those central office positions.
No, I didn't say that specifically.
And you never submitted the budget analysis that would have shown the cost for those positions, correct?
Correct, I submitted the one she asked for.
But she also asked you for this budget impact for all salary increases, right?
No, just those specific positions as far as I recall.
And she couldn't ask you to calculate the increases for the sixth position you on your own increased because she didn't know you increased them, right?
No, that's incorrect.
She did not know that you had made those adjustments.
She got the salary schedules a week ahead review, so yes, she should have known.
The standard, sir, is not should have, is it? It's what you told her. So let's not talk about what it
It's
should
what I
have.
provided her,
You never told her when you provided it to her what you were giving her.
because I couldn't get her to give me an answer.
Okay, and so you chose to do what you on your own thought was fair, and
Based
you
on-
put in a little bit larger raise for those positions.
Based on past history of how we always done the salary schedules, I did them the exact same way.
And I believe that you testified earlier that you really believe a written record was important, right?
Mm-hmm,
And you wanted everything in writing, correct?
absolutely.
But yet the one thing in writing that you chose not to do was to tell her about the increases to those 6 positions.
I gave her the salary schedules for her to review. It's not my job to do hers.
Is it your job to help her do hers?
Yeah, and I provided a salary schedule as quick as I could.
So
Getting
as
it-
you sit here today, your only excuse for not telling her was that I thought it was her job, not mine.
I don't have an excuse. I did my job. Based on past history. I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding between her and I, but that would be all it was.
Was this the first salary schedule that you had done with Ms. Montoya in her position as the superintendent?
Yes, it was.
So there was no past history between you and Ms. Montoya, was there?
No, but there was a past history in the district and she was here.
Right, but there, again, just answer the question, yes or no. There was no past history between you and Ms. Montoya at the time you made the changes to the 26-27 salary schedule.
That's correct. Yes.
Would you turn to Exhibit 8? And it's one of the pages we've spent some time on. It's the 3rd page, please. It's the email from Wednesday, April 29th. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
You testified here today that the school secretary's information that you provided to Ms. Montoya was wrong, right?
Yeah, the percent increase.
Yes, that it wasn't a 34% increase, it was actually a 24% increase.
Correct.
Yet you never informed Ms. Montoya of your error, did you?
I just discovered it when I was reviewing documents for the hearing, so no, I didn't.
And would you turn to your evaluations, Exhibit 17, please? What is the date of the evaluation for SY 24-25?
The date I signed it,
Yes.
April 1st, 2025.
And in other words, is it fair to say that this evaluation was prepared before your December 2025 payroll error was discovered?
Yes,
This was prepared before the overpayment to the employee in January of 2026, correct?
correct.
During the investigation, do you recall having an interview with Ms. Jones?
Yes,
You didn't tell her that you were secretly recording it, did you?
I didn't tell her I was recording it.
And that was a secret, wasn't it?
It's my right to do so. I wouldn't say,
Not, again, yes, sir, if you would.
I wouldn't call it a secret.
Question that I am posing.
My friend knew I was recording it, so no, it wasn't a secret.
Well, your friend was there to be your
Right,
representative.
so it
your
wasn't a
witness.
secret, no.
It was a secret, however, from the members of the district who were sitting in that room, right?
Yes,
Do you think that you would like to know if someone were secretly recording you before you had a conversation?
I'm going to object. This is within his right to do so, so I don't see the relevancy of this question.
I think those are two very separate issues. It may be his right, but the question we are talking about is his deceit and his intentionally failing to say that he was secretly recording this interview.
I don't think it's deceit to act within your right.
I think that that is not a question that is an appropriate objection. I think that's an argument of counsel.
So
Okay, two things real quickly. There's conversations in the back that I want to make sure we're not muddling up this record.
Yes, thank you.
Second, the question, as I understand it, was about whether or not the witness would like to know if he was being secretly recorded. And the objection is on the relevance of that line of questioning to this issue. Is that fair?
Yes.
Recapitulation of it? Board? The question again is whether or not the witness would like to know whether or not he was being recorded secretly.
That's a fair question.
And is it relevant to this proceeding? That's the question for us. Is it relevant to this issue?
I don't think it is.
I don't think it's, I think, objection sustained.
Okay, motion
I'll make a motion.
to sustain the objection.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, sustained.
Mr. Regler, would you look at, and let me have a moment to find it, please. Your email to Ms. Montoya that enclosed the salary schedules that were ultimately presented is contained, I believe, in, Exhibit 9. Would you turn to what's been date stamped as District 119, please?
Exhibit 8, sorry.
Exhibit
9.
9.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I'm sorry, which page?
It's Exhibit 9, but within, it's internally marked District.
Got it,
119.
yes.
Is that your email to Ms. Montoya?
Yes, it is.
And would you read what you say to her in that email, please?
Attached are salary schedules for next year. I believe I got all your proposed changes. let me know if I missed anything or if you have any questions.
And in this email, just so that I'm clear, nowhere do you say that in addition to your proposed changes, I have adjusted salaries for central office employees, payroll positions, or the computer techs, correct?
Correct.
And the materials in Exhibit 9, salary schedules, were ultimately presented to the board at its May 27th meeting, correct?
Correct.
And you attended that meeting, right?
Yes.
And you at no point stood up and said, these have additional changes I want to call to your attention so that you can debate whether additional positions should also get a raise.
No, I didn't.
At any point did you say, I think additional people should get a raise because I think that's what's fair?
No, I didn't say that.
No further questions.
Yep, redirect.
Mr. Bregler, you previously testified that you were not specifically asked to increase the salaries for the central office staff, is that correct?
Just in that initial email where she mentioned the central office, but never told me how much.
Okay, but you previously testified that you were not asked to
Oh,
raise the
yes.
salary schedules. Was it your understanding that they fell within the hourly salary schedules that you were to revise?
Yes, absolutely.
Objection asked and answered.
I have no further questions.
Board, any questions for the witness?
I have a couple.
Sure.
So obviously, we're all in the business world, right? And we all understand what roles and responsibilities are and supervision and such. Who's your supervisor?
Superintendent Montoya,
Okay.
superintendent.
So whenever you're directed, let's just say this, when you direct an employee to do something, do you expect them to do what you tell them to do?
Yes.
Do you expect them to color outside the lines at all?
I mean, that kind of depends, you know, if that's kind of hard to answer. You know, if you're directed to do this, this, and this, and the employee also is asking questions and doesn't get answers, then they might go ahead and do the other things
So
too.
let's roles reverse. You're the superintendent and you ask your finance director to increase certain salaries and you give them a list telling them exactly what you want changed. And then they think to themselves, oh, you know what, I'm gonna add 4 or 5 different people in there and give them raises as well. You're gonna be, and not disclose to them, you're gonna be okay with that.
As long as they send me ahead of time so I can review them, that's disclosure.
But if they don't,
Yes,
if they don't talk to you about it and you
Yeah,
guys don't
as long as I get
disclose
the
it,
salary schedules to review.
okay. Yeah. Transparency is very important.
Yes,
I
it
feel
is.
like in this place, and I shouldn't have to ask someone in a position like this to be honest or be forthcoming. I shouldn't have to do that, right?
We're
You
getting
agree?
beyond right now.
I know, but do you agree with that?
Questioning.
Yeah.
All right, I have nothing else to ask.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
The statement, the buck stopped here.
Mhm.
You aware of it?
Yes,
Do
absolutely.
you believe in that as well?
Yep.
Thank you.
Nothing else? May the witness be dismissed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bregler.
Thank you.
Traditionally, at the end of a hearing, we would have
Yeah.
closing. Oh,
Wanted to-
yes, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It'll be quick. We'd like to call Tom Lindsay. Can
Yes,
you go grab him?
sure.
It'll be quick,
No,
so I know everyone.
he was on the witness list. I'm so sorry.
And to anticipate your question about closing,
Yeah.
I'd be willing to waive it, so long as the district
you.
will fix it.
The question is going to be whether or not they wanted to proceed with closing statements, closing arguments. You know, and that's the thing. We scheduled this for 4 hours, but we did say that, you know, we'll extend it as we need to.
Yeah.
So. Mr. Pilgrim, raise your right hand. How are you? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You served as superintendent at Taylor Facility for Jolly Montoya, correct?
Yes.
And when did your tenure as superintendent end?
My last day was January 29th.
And did you serve as superintendent up until your final day?
Yes.
During January 2026, you were still Mr. Bregler's supervisor as the superintendent?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the December 2025 direct deposit incident involving an employee's account information?
Yes.
When did you first learn about that incident?
I think it came through me from Shelley. I didn't hear about it, so I had to go have a talk with Tom about informing me about.
And do you recall?
Excuse me, I am having trouble hearing.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
apologize, but if you could lift your voice,
You bet. I can talk loud.
thank you.
Thank you.
You need him to repeat the answer?
I would appreciate that. I think you said Shelley told me.
I believe Shelley brought it to my attention, then I went back and had a talk with Tom.
And when did that occur?
Oh, I don't know what the date was, but
So you
the
were,
minute Shelley told me, Superintendent Wait and told me I wasn't visit with Tom about it. Told him from then, I think we were just coming off of vacation or something happened, or Tom was gone or I was gone. I told him I didn't. Next time anything like that happened, I needed to know right away and not to let it happen.
that discussion occurred while you were superintendent?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Mr. Bregler tell you about how the incident occurred?
I don't recall it. It was a mistake that should have never happened, and mistakes happen sometimes, so. I
And
just didn't want it to happen again, because I don't like people's paychecks, you know what I mean?
were district funds lost as a result of that incident?
I don't believe so.
And did the affected employee suffer financial harm?
No, he could have, but I mean, I think everybody got their money back. Everything came out square at the end, but it could have been bad, but it turned out to be okay.
Did Mr. Bregler take corrective action after the incident was discovered?
You know what? I was gone just right after that, so I can't answer that.
Did you issue any disciplinary actions, Mr. Bregler, regarding the December incident?
Just a verbal discussion, so we.
During your tenure as superintendent, what written policy or procedures were in place for payroll?
Oh, gosh, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't know. We moved several things around different times. We brought different policies to the board. I can't really think of any right off the top. That's big.
Do you recall though if the December 2025 incident violated any written policy at the time?
You know, I didn't even look into it. I just, things were got fixed and I figured that was good enough and not to happen again.
Had the district experienced similar incidents involving fraudulent or unauthorized, like a scam for direct deposit?
Not that I know of.
In your view, did the December incident result from Mr. Bregler's personal misconduct or from a gap in existing procedures and training?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll rephrase. In your view, did the December incident result from Mr. Bregler's personal misconduct?
No. Absolutely not.
Are you aware of the payroll overpayment incident in January 2026?
You have to refresh my memory of which one we're talking about. Mine?
It was yours, yes.
Yes, I'm very aware.
Okay, and if so, when were you informed?
Like the last 2 days that I was here, like, so it had to be somewhere around the 27th, something like that.
Do you know when the overpayment was identified?
It had to be right at that same time. Yeah, it's,
And were you ever provided the reasons for why that occurred?
yes, I was. I really didn't blame Mr. Bregler for that, though. I thought it was more of a payroll person. Tom should have overseen that, but I should have caught that. That's my fault. I should have put the numbers together. So I really,
Okay. So you said it occurred.
I
at the
thought I
end
was
of
getting
your-
rich, I was happy.
So you said this occurred at the end of your tenure?
Yes,
Um. But not after your tenure had ended,
it
correct?
continued.
Okay,
I think I owe the school some money, but I've had 3 different. I don't know how much I owe right off
okay. But the overpayment itself happened prior to your,
before I left,
Okay.
right?
so would it have been reasonable to report that to you, even though you were kind of the subject of the
I think
overpayment?
it was reported to me.
Okay,
And once everybody figured it out, I was thinking, actually, if I recall right, and some people fixed me for, I think I went to Tom and said, I was gonna use this extra money to go to Arizona and spend a couple weeks. And so I asked Tom something about when I'm gonna get my money, and he went to check, like, oh, you're not getting any more money, something to that effect.
okay. During your tenure as superintendent, how would you characterize Mr. Bregler's performance as finance director?
Objection irrelevant.
I'll withdraw. Did you have any concerns about Mr. Bregler's integrity or transparency in filling his duties as finance director?
No, ma'am, never.
Based on your experience working with Mr. Bregler, did you have confidence in his ability to perform his duties?
Yes, 100%.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ross?
Prior to Mr. Bregler informing you about the overpayment of your wages, did you ever talk to him about whether the payments you were receiving were correct?
No.
Did you?
And you know, that I could have, but I don't think I talked to Mr. Bregler about it. I think I might talk to Amanda Silva about it, not Mr. Bregler.
And you agree that the department manager is responsible for ensuring that the employees in his department do what they're supposed to do, correct?
I agree with that, yes.
So you agree that it was something that Mr. Bregler should have caught,
Probably should have,
and yet he did not.
right, but I think everybody just gets so busy that,
Yes,
Things
but
happen.
whatever excuses we
Right.
have.
no, you're right.
If you discover that an employee has done something that is not correct, is a warning appropriate?
The first time, yes,
And is it appropriate in that warning to advise the employee that the next time something goes wrong, the employee's job may be in jeopardy?
yes, that'd be appropriate,
That's what we call progressive discipline, correct?
correct, yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Redirect?
No.
Board, any questions for this witness?
No.
No. May the witness be excused?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, guys, thank you.
Okay, I did have that question. Do you all want to proceed with closing statements?
If I may ask, is the board deliberating now?
We will after the closing statements. We will go to
I think
executive
that-
session.
The information is fresh, and for that reason, the superintendent is comfortable not doing a closing.
I agree as well.
Okay. All right, then with that, the hearing portion of this is concluded. And right now, the board is scheduled then to go back into executive session to deliberate. We'll need a motion for that to occur.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session. Those in favor? Aye.
Yeah, do a roll call vote,
We
please.
need to.
A roll call vote has been called to convene into an executive session for the purpose of the limited personnel matters to discuss the resignation of this person, Mr. Tom Bregler. When I call your name, please answer I meaning yes, nay meaning no to this motion. Megan Karen.
Aye.
Crystal Gomez.
Aye.
Gaston.
Aye.
Mateo. Aye. Casey Otero.
Aye.
All in favor, Ruth Susie.
Okay. Council, we'll come up here real quickly and the board, I'll meet you back in the office. Yes, sir. Okay.
Can I use this?
Yes, I'm gonna be bringing the exhibit binder though, so take just your notes and I'll bring the exhibits, okay? And that's what I want to stop you. Just want you guys to look, I did pull out. Okay,
Okay.
so they're not in this binder, But it's everything else that's in here as we want. Just want to make sure everyone's on.
It's good to me.
I think there might have been a couple exhibits that weren't.
A matter, they're stipulated to, so they're in the record.
Oh, yeah, they're in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I get what you're saying. What did I miss? Okay, no, we're good. Y'all, I don't have a schedule for how long it's gonna take.
So the board went into executive session.
Three, yes.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you recommend just stay or wait other than possible?
If you'd like to, I don't.
I know.
When we come back out, we'll be back in open session, we'll bring it back in and any determination if there's gonna be one, we'll be taking that vote. Can you send this to the link? The link should be on the website, so if you still get it there, you guys can do that too. Right, I'm sorry, I wish I had a better meeting to tell me when the jury's back, but thank you.
Some of this is, I can, village, so I can discuss it with you, but I can say in the abstract, I just want to do.
Just simple pizza.
Where do you live?
Albuquerque.
Do you like that?
Well, I moved here to practice in Santa Fe and then. That I like having a big university. I like having a good junior college and all that kind of stuff. And that's in a bigger city, that's not. So, and my husband's family has been in New Mexico since the turn of the century. His dad was the first physician in the area on the east side of the mountain. So,
That's so cool.
it was very, very, they had never, so here's the story. They had never had a doctor in Santa Fe or on that side of the mountains. And he graduated from the University of Alabama Medical School and literally was told Santa Fe is looking for a doctor of staff general. So he took the train, he went to Albuquerque, and as he was changing to take the train up to Laney, Santa Fe, the people who had recruited him met him and said, hey, we've just hired for Santa Fe, but we've never had a doctor in Moriarty. So by God, he moved to Moriarty, and that's the way, I mean, can you imagine?
No, I can't.
In today's world, he just shows up in town and had the building where he used to practice medicine is still in Moriarty. I mean, it is, so that's how Bruce's family ended up. So, I like Albuquerque. It's so casual. It's an easy place to live. It's a good place to educate kids, although I don't use the public schools, even though they're a client of ours. But I do like independent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say anything, like Arizona's consistently ranked like 48 or 49.
Well, and you have us to thank for that ranking.
No, I think it's only like,
I think we're worse.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, Arizona has like the worst education. We're just behind, like, I think actually Alabama.
Oh, so
That's like they're the only state that's.
That's our neighborhood.
But I should look it up. They do like an annual report to do.
Yeah.
Represent people in Arizona. And, yeah, we're consistently ranked the worst. And we have the worst legislation.
Well, I will say this, in the next session, we've thrown more money at education in having no.
You gave a few.
I mean, we don't invest any money in our education. So
And then
we're
if
getting
you look
overpaid.
at first spending here, We are not in the toilet on that, and it's just.
They don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. We instituted this like voucher program a couple years ago. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
So one of the books that I think is so worth the reading is called Paper Girl. So
I think that's on my reading list. I haven't read it yet, but I have heard of it.
Paper Girl. It's by the same woman who wrote like Dope Sick Nation or one of those, Macy, Beth Macy is the author. So Beth was reared in the same town my mother's family Hannah Olmsted. And she was beautiful. She came from the dirtiest war. And the whole book was about when she was a child. She's like 8 years. The Pell Grant covered all of your tuition, your books, everything. As a poor family with addiction and, you know, all, I mean, and the mother was just a steadfast. She was smart in those days. Now, has changed the world. Your Pell Grants cover about first. There is no support for who really. I think as with you and the practicing. Super fast alerts by that book. It really talks about how that. Poor middle class on that poor sector. Has almost no shot.
Yeah. No, to break those barriers.
Yeah.
It's just, it keeps expanding rather than.
Yeah, exactly. And then she complete change in politics. And that's pretty fascinating. So. Once this guy, and now he's. Okay, no. Just. It meant that there's so many more addictions, you know, everybody had the. But now. It's. Yeah. Mine lives. There's just no way to get out. Yes. Remember when the community. You don't have to buy a transportation. You know, one of the issues follows was just this star. Has a car that is held together with people now, and when that car breaks down, he can't school. So his one chance, right? This. This, I mean, it's. But what have you said? But are you? It's the same story.
Yeah, my office represents a lot of different. And it is something. They're like generally you don't need any type of degree. They pay you for the apprenticeship program. You start working 4 years ahead of everyone else. Your salary is like counts back how much you work over time. And that was not on my radar. So I'm a first generation college student. None of my parents, my parents actually only one to their sibling, or each one is 3. I used to graduate from high school.
In Arizona.
In Arizona. Yeah, and so when my parents had kids, like they were going to college, that was the dream. And
What was either parent or trade?
my dad apprenticed with his great uncle, and then he was a business, so he owned a commercial printing company. So I guess that was his, yeah. And but yeah, he did just take a football scholarship in order to pursue business. And that was a refresh, and, you know, I ended up working out for him, but that was, like, I was about to make that decision, and, you know, 18, 19. Yeah, so yeah,
Hey, when you're 18,
but yeah, so both of them, I mean, from the time that we. To know better, it was like, you have to go college, and then I get to college. So,
did you go to ASU?
I actually went to UC Berkeley. For undergrad for my first 3 semesters, and I worked for back. And nothing covered.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, in the UC schools, I had kids who went to school in California, of course. They're not state or support because that's how. Full tuition is how they pay for their kids.
yeah,
So,
yeah, and I had 3 younger sisters coming up the pipeline for like behind me, so, yeah, the decision was made, like, no more loans for that, we're going to transfer to ASU. I love it. I like the campus, obviously, and Berkeley better, but I really enjoy being back in Phoenix, and it was one of those experiences, like, okay, I'm where I'm at.
it's that way. I mean, a freshman experience, going away to college, I think, you know. Right?
I agree, and my sisters did, they went to the so like 2 hours away, so, they had like that little bit of separation. But, yeah, so I'm not trying to say it was a waste, but I was unprepared for making those types of decisions at 18, but I did not know what I do. And I don't wanna say it was a waste of money, but I do wonder if I had gone into, or explore my options more and like myself, you know, going through this pipeline. Cause the trades, they come. You know, I really enjoy the unions that I work with, holidays and all that stuff that comes up, and so it's not always enjoyable.
Oh, man.
For the most part, like, I'm like, well, that was not on my radar whatsoever, like, I didn't even know about it. But yeah, so I think college is still the dream, but I swore it's become so normalized and it's so expensive. I just bought a house, well, it's actually been 4 years ago now, but like that's time. It was like the average first time home buyer was like 36. And at one point it was like 22.
I know, right?
You know, so
And this, another thing in this book. Her grandmother, so the author's grandmother, owns her house and the house next door. And she says, we were able to live rent free because of home ownership. None of that.
no, I mean, you're paying for college when you're trying to save for down payments, when you're building a family. I think like the average homeowner's age. And it makes sense to me, like going through the process, I was like, I don't know. I have a lot of health I and student loans, and I did take a couple of years off between that and law school. So I was able to pay down my student loans. I didn't have to do the student loans for law school, just saving loans for me until my last semester.
That's great.
So I almost made it.
Well, and I said to my kids, frankly, if you pay, I will be to be. Because you want. Yeah, so the kids who have, instead of have to join big firms and build, you know, 2,000 hours a year. And they can't go into, you know, public sector, they can't do policy jobs.
They absolutely just their option.
No,
Yeah, what is your career options? I also just wanted to also like more broadly. Yeah. Buying a house, getting a car, and I don't know what the public transportation is like now, but it's
it's bad, it's bad. First of all, this is so sad, but the people who are on the buses. And the city tries to, and it's not a mandate, it tries to make its workers use the public. It's their right? So they're trying to, and you know, so the people are using it are usually. Riding around. And now that it's essentially low cost or no, well, the homeless population has moved from the they tended to congregate. And They just have all which I secretly love because I think it's time for all of us to go out to see. Wrong finance. We need to fix it. But that's where the benefits of ours are. Condition everything. Look into it. But it's not an attractive. And then we have the railroad, which goes between Albuquerque and Santa Fe, and actually the south pole end. And that has been a whole battle because if you don't, I don't suppose so, where, you know, that is a given. It's just hard to get them to have uses with that transportation. So people aren't. They don't, and I don't, and when I'm in Santa Fe or there's deposition or hearing, I go up there and do my bill and come back. Taking the train.
You're looking for everything to do and you're a professional.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it. So I'm one of the. Now, my office is literally down the street. Where I live. So, you know, I could walk to this. I didn't mind being up weather.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a large part of it in Arizona. You have to like bike to the nearest, you know, a mile is not very. No, it's when it's 100 and if you have to show up at work for that or whatever is happening that day. Yeah, it's not a good look, like walking and sweating and like needing.
So for your offices like downtown.
Yes, so we're located. We walk there and that's like. It's 100 minutes, but like around there, it's like a straight shot up, there's. No downtown with all the muddy streets and the lights everywhere, like it's just like hard to get there, so it's closer than like kind of walking through this walk in. Exactly, just there. And we have a light rail that is relatively new.
There is no verdict, I'm just coming to get something.
Last like 15 years, it's been built, but it's almost. Something used, but I actually think this is overwritten, but talking to right back, you know, criminal jump on and off, but you know, get out some burglaries and then got had on, so
It's all not like that, it's like that, you know, the bed sheet full of stolen purchases.
I'm sure that is the story there. They ignored the details in them. Yeah, so it's a very attractive option for a lot of houses. Like in California and other guys because.
So just a notice here.
Oh, good, okay, yeah.
There wasn't an exhibit, I said, it's basically the pre-trial for one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now I have attractive option, but I still think that Seaman, I think it will make more sense once they do. Like for example, a lot of people use it now, they park in like, they provide like parking, like, so park here and then you can jump on to like the baseball and basketball areas and for concerts, because I don't know what your parking are like, but we had, there's a time last year, so we're downtown, we have this large parking lot. In this tiny little building and like a corner of it, so we rent our parking now. And but you know, we're a little bit like maybe like 10 things from like the theaters, small, very like center. But we'll try to see on the certain night, and if we want to get closer, like my dad paid $120 for
Yeah.
just for parking for
Yeah.
an event.
Well, and that tells you another difference between. Right, so if you're downtown for entertainment, right, you can pay the ticket. $100 for parking. That's, and then that, just right there, suggests that you just got people more, more, and it translates your basic infrastructure is so much better.
It is, it is the 5 years.
And we're growing a lot. But I mean, if I $420 like party ticket, I'm like, I'll park, I'll take the light rail,
Right.
that's like $2.
And I'm thinking twice about some of the concert tickets or the opera or the theater, right? I mean,
I think there is like a large portion that's already like a search, so like go to
Yeah.
these events and there's a party ticket, but it's generally like the $40 range, I would say, there's like a Final Four basketball and,
Hey, what do you?
no.
that's actually like where my separation.
I mean, I don't have much to say.
Sorry, I appreciate the offer, but.
I brought two bananas.
I did. So
Yesterday.
I did it.
That was it?
D2 one. Was open.
Okay, so then we know why you they look different. The rest of us.
No,
That's one
I was gonna do this.
Oh my gosh.
Congratulations.
But does that make you feel sick? So in our office, well, for younger people, let's put them aside.
Yeah, that made fun.
Every one of my partners is awesome. And for one of them, she has been, she should be in. But this is the last thing, so she's gone from whatever, oral medication and now it's this and the next is the. Need to, and she can see. Right. She has been sick every day since she took it. And so you take, I don't know if you know.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's a shot.
I assume so.
It's a shot, but so he does it on Thursday because she can live through Friday. Right? So if your opposing counsel, schedule your depots on Friday because she feels loud. And then she kind of does a week or retouch.
I know.
She finally called her doctor and said, I will, right?
It's ready. Ready for Europe.
Are you slightly non-flexible?
The brass,
Wow.
the stop ones. Flush up. We're good turning off the broken for it. So it's that running.
Wow.
It's that AC power. They have to order seasons.
Lost, I'm hurt.
Valves. So they had, so we put a valve on it and then.
It feels good.
The other side. I back with the AC pipe.
All that rest. And, I guess that's, yeah, all like, oh my last degree, no more high cholesterol, no more diabetes, no more. You feel good?
So freaking, there's so much stuff.
Well,
Like, you know, I don't know, you charge
no, yeah, so those are commercial factors. And hormones have women of a certain age, obviously, right? We told, oh my God, because that is a. And that's, yeah, now they said.
I sleep like a baby. I can sleep so. Well, I sleep until like 5 in the morning.
Well, no wonder you were satisfied with an apple. I went to Subway and had the 6-inch sub and it was delicious. I mean, sometimes I think, but I was so in the mood for something red. And regular old man is.
My husband's a chef. He's understand each other.
Yeah.
We've been married 35 years.
Those guys are good.
I was great person. Well, I went to Brazil as an exchange student, 16, and I gave 40 showers and I never lost it.
Well, I went to school in Dallas as a freshman in college and we were down the street from Lone Star Donuts and Jack in the Box. And I had basically 4 square meals a day. because it was super social to be, you know, at the, whatever anyone was doing, and half the time was the cafeteria. It was good food, but then we would do a midnight run too, and you just think, and I came home, this will tell you the times, that's in the 70s. My mother was a model through college. That was one of her. Looked at me and she said, you might smoke cigarettes. And you will not. I dropped my because you sit out there after work, right? That was when you drank tap. You probably remember tap. So that was the precursor to diet, Coke Zero, Diet Coke. So I'd sit out there with the tap cigarette. And I was yeah, well, it was a merit cigarette, and I was just as happy. That was the GLP.
Oh, yeah, by then.
Wait, you smoked it, money. So she didn't.
It could be like.
Yeah.
And you don't have to look. Cheap flavor. I was like.
Yeah.
Like 1 acre. 1 acre. Or 3/4 of an acre. And he's got,
Like over 3 years ago.
the original house was, 10-2 under roof.
I think it's just.
And then since then, it's added a shop for the full air conditioning in the shop.
Well,
That's a short grocery list.
well, even before I started, I've always reached my children's standards and always like good stuff. That's why all the process started to start. Everything coming from the perimeter of the store. You go in, you're at big trouble. And so I've never just like.
So I had, because I'm fundamentally like, been a huge fan of packaged salads.
I know.
I think, they've taken, because that's, I mean, yeah, it's packaged because it's got the stuff they can put on top of the dressing. But I have always felt like that was a true good choice for lunches. And now I still have them and I take them out and the other people in the office will say, yeah, you are gonna be so boring, right?
I was talking for myself. Super fun. Like jade, Brussels sprouts, kale, spinach.
Oh, that sounds good.
And so I use that one, some onions, apples.
So well, in my experience, the thing that I felt I should do with rare kid was buy the head of the rugby. And yesterday in New York Times said, in case any of you can't figure this out on your own, or need a reminder, you should be buying the head of lettuce, the head of romaine, and wash them. So, because even the triple wash stuff,
Everybody wants.
according to the Times, that you were introducing the possibility of something getting to that. If it's just the head of lettuce, that's a one-time process. They pull the outside leaves, they chop it off, they're not sitting on the same. And it's when you handle that multiple times, each time it's just.
Introducing it, yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Your shopping is so hard for one. I look on myself with my cat. Well, we covered a lot of ground in our discussion today. There's something. Okay, I might. Yeah, he's.
That's right, I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of the, I apologize. Is the recording still going?
Yes, you guys came in.
Yeah,
because I
it's-
told them to pause it.
I'm
So I told
sorry.
them to never mind.
Yeah, we'll just, you guys are just gonna have all your chatter on the record now, okay?
So I'd like to make a motion to reconvene into open session.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to reconvene into
A roll
open
call vote
session.
has been called for the purpose of verifying that only the discussion of limited personnel matters to discuss recommendation of discharge of director. When I call your name, please answer aye meaning yes, nay meaning no to this motion. Katie Stearns,
Aye.
Bill Gomez.
Aye.
Gilbert Maston,
Aye.
Stephanie Taylor.
Aye.
Casey O'Shea.
Aye.
Okay, has the board come to a decision?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to accept recommendation of discharge.
I'll second that.
All right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
A roll call vote has been called. Megan Kurtz,
Aye.
Cisco Gomez.
Aye.
Gilbert Maston,
Aye.
Stephanie Taylor. Aye. Casey O'Shea.
Aye.
Okay. With that, you can vote.
Adjourn the meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that. It's been a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor say aye, those opposed. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.